Hello, how's it going? Welcome back to another stream. Let's see, what day is today? It is Monday. Fucking, it's Monday. Happy Monday, everyone. It is Monday, July 13th of 2020, and holy crap, we got a lot of people in chat today. How's it going? Let's see, who was first? Who was first? Okay, I see. Yoda Droid gets the mark of who's first. However, Angeline X messaged like well, he messaged like an hour early and then like 15 minutes early for some reason. Oh, you guys can't even see that because I didn't show you the screen. But Angeline X was like super early for some odd reason. But let me welcome all the people. And let's see, we got Yoda Droid, we've got Hush Nothing Special, who says first but was actually second. And what's in my OPSEC? Hello, hello. Who says you can be a tech lead in Python? I mean, sure, why not? You could be a tech lead in any language. And Cheese Puff, oh, which Cheese Puff just followed as well, and Alex Young 12, thank you as well for the follow. And Miss Coco Derp, although that might have been slightly before stream, but thank you all for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Zolar says hello, 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 hello to you as well, and how's it going, Andrew Lane X? And Hungry Hungry Hippo. Cheese Puff says that potatoes are greater than carrots. You know, I have to agree. Potatoes are better than carrots, so I'll +1 to that one. Carrots are pretty good though, and you can do some good stuff with like candied carrots. Candied carrots are good, although candied potatoes are better. So, oh well. Hey, what's up, Nerdy Laka? Hello, hello, and GM Knight, hello to you as well. What's my OPSEC says, what does partner give you, and why would you want that? You mean like on Twitch? There's a couple things it gives you. One is it gives you a bigger revenue share on subscribers, which, you know, is you know, a good thing. Also, I can change my emote prefix, which is currently Anthon63 or some wacky shit. That was the auto-generated one. I also get a little verified check mark next to my name. I get some other cool stuff too. But, you know, it's also just kind of one of those, you know, milestone achievement things that, you know, gotta get all the cheese. Yoda Droid says, wait, who is that behind you? This is Noodle. This is a brand new addition to the plushie crew. Noodle arrived yesterday? Maybe it was the day before. But Noodle's brand new. Noodle's a very, very long boy. A very, very long boy. I don't know if you can quite see how tall Noodle is, but Noodle's like, you know, three and change feet or something like that. But Noodle is new. Welcome Noodle to the plushie crew. What's my OPSEC says, and since America doesn't F with your taxes, doesn't that F with your taxes? I mean, yeah, it would mean I make more money, and so, I mean, it wouldn't screw with my taxes in a way like that, because partner is still considered like contracting, so you know, it's not any different than affiliate in that manner. Cheese Buff says, told ya carrots for the win. Wait, I thought you said that potatoes for the win. You know, potatoes are better than carrots, so I don't know what you're talking about. What's Mapsec says, I have a friend that has almost all the requirements, but not the 12 days thing. So interestingly, I actually have all the requirements. Twitch, oh, I can click dashboard. Hey, what's up, DanPro1988? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But if we go to Insights Achievements, you'll see that I have all 3 of the requirements for partner. I've already applied, but I'm currently waiting, and we got the Twitch again. But yeah, I currently have all the requirements for partner. KNGL says Noodle is cute. Yeah, Noodle is pretty cute. Juicebox did indeed name Noodle. Yoda says welcome Noodle. Roller says, so new plushie equals Juicebox Hero has been there. I mean, I ordered the plushie, so yes and no. But Dan Pro says hello to you, or hello, as we are wont to say on this channel. She says, ugh, he uses them as bait to get me to come over. I'm sure that's the reason you come over. Oh, you're gonna go get lunch. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by, Juice. I'll see you later. I guess it is lunchtime in the West Coast time. But yeah, I haven't streamed since Saturday. On Saturday, we were working on pre-commit.ci to try and get the push webhook working so that we can finally start running pre-commit.ci jobs. And we didn't quite get it working. I kept getting like permission denied, and I got super frustrated with the API. And at the end of the stream, I was a little bit down about what I had working / not working. But I hacked a little bit on it offline, and I actually have a cool little demo to show you today. Nope, not print. Control-Shift-P is Firefox for private tab, or private window. It's private tab on the phone. But let me actually get this started. I got some stuff working, which is super exciting. Pre-commit.ci, proxy, start nginx, start the web app. If I source the credentials, and we have a new thing that will start as well with this. So, you know, hashtag microservices. We've got enough of these things running. Or this one I have to do Python run worker. This one takes creds too. I actually found an interesting bug. If I use Python 3 here, it doesn't work for some reason. But yeah.
Subcribber Anthan63 Python says we won't be hearing one of the GitHub redesign cribs. Now.
Why did it pause to say now at the end? Thank you for the resub, Yoda Droid, for 3 months. Subscriber. Thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate it, friends. Hey, what's up, Failed Nomad? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, but yeah, we were working on this worker last time. I forget how much we had working. I think we had the spin loop working, but we couldn't get the like actual GitHub API stuff working. And I figured out the problem there. I'll show you the problem with that in a second. But first I wanted to show you that it works, which is great. Actually, I don't actually need to be logged in there. I can actually just make a commit in this repo, because the webhooks should all still be hooked up. I gotta log in. I have to log in. Utility 2. Yeah, let me grab my GitHub password for that other account. But yeah, if I modify some text in here, how do I make this small enough so that you can see both of the things at the same time? But if we you know, add whatever, a comma here, and we make a commit here, this fires off the webhook, and it almost immediately starts doing its work here. Why is it pausing? What are you doing? I don't know why it paused there. Oh, probably because Podman had to do its little caching startup, because this is the first time I ran Podman. But it works, which is pretty cool. You can see that it would have ran a build, but I didn't need to do the build there. If we delete these two things and we run again, where did that window go? If we, you know, make another commit here, you'll see that it'll run the build, and then it'll do the actual testing. So the first version of this, I had it do 2 separate queues, but after some thinking, there's really no reason for me to have 2 separate queues. It just makes things more complicated for no good reason. Yeah, that one was much faster. But you can see that it ran the build this time, so it took 8 seconds building, and then, oh, I forgot to put a timer on the actual run part, but it fucking works, which is cool. And we're gonna look at some of the other APIs today, and hopefully fix up some of the code that is not so good. Maybe we'll write some tests. I don't know. We'll do a bunch of stuff around there today. Does that sound good? Pret says, are we doing the 24-hour stream today? No, we're not doing the 24-hour stream today. I kind of want to have some like plan as to what I'm gonna work on the stream, and we need to like pick a day for that. I think, looking at the calendar, August 1st seems like a good candidate for that. So that would be 2-ish weeks from now. I also kind of want to see the result of my partner application first, so we'll see. Hopefully it hopefully gets answered by then. But yeah, two weeks from now is probably when that'll happen. Cheesebuff says, I'm back. Internet went down. Well, welcome back. Frozen Alex says, hi. Hello, Frozen Alex. Cheesebuff says, I'm learning Python. I made a spam bot by simulating key presses so I can spam my friends. I mean, I don't talk much about the like spammy shit that I wrote, but I a long time ago wrote some like VB script applications and some PHP applications that did similar spammy things to friends. So I totally understand the idea behind using Python to spam your friends. Like, it's kind of fun. It gets annoying real fast though, but what did I do? Oh, there was this one where like loading a web page triggered like an email, and I found that like I could spin a little worker that loaded a web page a bunch of times and triggered a bunch of emails because, you know, I was 14 and thought that was funny. Hey, what's up, Cuckley? Hello, welcome to the stream. Bullioser says, so 48-hour stream today. Now we're not doing a 48-hour stream either. I think I'm barely gonna survive a 24-hour stream. There's no fucking way I could do 48 hours. I would be so dead. Yododroid says, oh wait, so you need to do a 24-hour stream to celebrate partner, then be the rules, hence 2 24-hour streams, guys. I don't know if that's gonna happen either. We might just combine the two at the same time. Lucas Fernsilla says, what do you use to show the Twitch chat in the terminal? If you do bang bot, you can check out the chatbot that I'm using there, that I wrote, and my chatbot as a side effect of processing commands and stuff will also write its output to the terminal. So as messages come in, it reads them and prints them out, and it actually does some cool stuff with like the colors should match what you see in Twitch chat, unless you are an uncolored person. So like Lucas, you haven't picked a color in chat, so my bot will just assign you a particular color. And in fact, my bot doesn't have a color assigned either, so it always ends up with it always gets blue because that's what I hard coded in the application. But like Yoda Droid has a color. Bullioser has a color, Cuckley has a color, Frozen Alex has a color, a bunch of people have colors, but some of them are assigned, like Pratz's, Cheese Puffs, Dan Pros is a, I think, wait, why do I not see, oh I do see Dan Pro, okay cool. How can I define color? You can use /color in chat, and I believe it gives you a prompt for what colors you'll end up being able to choose, and then it'll show up here as well, because Twitch tells that information, which is pretty cool. You'll also see that I have subscriber badges that show up here too, so if you subscribe you can see that in here. We even have special badges for staff, which Juicebox Hero is. But yeah, hey, what's up, the Wanderer? The Wanderer! Oh my goodness, that's so good! I like that pun! Oh, sweet! Yeah, now you have a color. Cool. And you have the Twitch Prime badge, too. Cool. Trillfrag says, did you send a samurai sword to your keyboard? Yeah, I was just like, Hacha! And ended up with 2 halves of the keyboard. But no, this is the Kinesis Freestyle Pro. If you do bang keyboard in chat, you can take a look at that. The Wanderer says, are you using a tiling manager? Yes, I use the Anthony window manager where I drag the windows around to the spot that I like and just leave them there. But no, I'm not using a tiling manager. I have tried one on stream. I didn't really like it. I use the mouse a lot, so it's not necessarily, I don't know, it's not what I like, so that's why that's that way. Hey, what's up, JS? JSZ, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. But yeah, I know. It looks like I'm using a tiling manager because things line up nicely, but that's because I spend a bunch of time lining things up. Hey, what's up, Troll Frags? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Banier says, Andrew and X over here, like, I'm still here, X2, and I've been here the whole time. Like, WTF is this person talking about? Oh yeah, I saw Andrew Lane in the Andrew Lane X in the chat, but I also saw Baniar in the logged in users. So I see you. I acknowledge you. JS says, how do you stream chat in the terminal? I actually just answered this, but check out my bot. I just linked that in the chat. Bitchid says, oh, also welcome back, Bitchid. What do you think of OpenAI's GPT-3 API? This thing looks so fucking cool. If you guys haven't seen this yet, basically you feed it like a little bit of code, and it will just like fill in the rest of stuff. It's like I don't know. It's pretty fucking magical. There is one OpenAI React 3-button component. This is the one that I saw recently. Oh wait, GPT-3. Hey, what's up, The Wanderer? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Where did I see this? This one. On the Twitter. This one? No. Here we go. This one. Oh well, that's not helpful. Oh, I guess that actually renders fine for you guys. But yeah, they just put this this here and press generate. You can't really see the generate button, but this is all generated by an AI. It just wrote this code based on just the variable name alone, which is pretty whack. Like, the computers are gonna take over now. I'm actually not scared because, like, you know, it still requires humans to do special thinking and processing and stuff, but I don't know, it is pretty cool what it could do. The Wanderer says, check out tiling managed by System76, works great with GNOME. Yeah, I actually tried, what was the one that I tried? i3M? i3WM? i3 Gaps, that's what it was called. And it was okay. It's just, I use the mouse too much, so like, I don't know, doesn't work all that well for me. Let's see. Hey, what's up, X Davila? Hello, welcome to the stream. Beniar says, that's some crazy stuff, I am scared. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Cheese Buff says, remember to drink dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah, we have a bang water command in the chat. But yes, I do have some water here. Bitchit says, I've been on the waiting list for a while, hoping to get an API key sometime soon. Oh, I didn't know there's a waiting list. But that kind of makes sense. Cool. Now that I'm caught up on chat, let's talk about what I've done in open source since last time. It's actually not much, but I did do some kind of, you know, some stuff that's been backed up for a long time. And the first thing is I have this Pigments highlighter, which if you don't know about Pigments, it is a code highlighting library for Python, and it supports a bunch of different syntaxes. And one of the syntaxes that I added is a syntax which highlights PyTest output. And so that you can do like code block PyTest in RST, and it'll, you know, highlight this, it'll color this. Of course, it doesn't work in GitHub because GitHub is not using my plugin. But you can see like this highlighted output here came from my Pigments highlighter, and so it just, you know, based on this output, knew that this should be bold, this should be red, this should be red and bold, etc., and highlight it that way. And this has been broken for a long time because PyTest 5.4, maybe it was 5.3, I don't know, some version of PyTest, we added syntax highlighting for Python code, which broke my Lexer in like a really weird way. Hey, what's up, live coding with? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm live coding. Do you live code also? Live coding with? But yeah, the pigments in pigments broke my Lexer. And PyTest 6 introduces a new code highlight equals no option. This was actually contributed by GDH if they're in the chat today. Are they here today? No, they're not here today, but they were in chat. You know, they frequently roll by the stream. But they added this new code highlight equals no option, and I kind of helped them through that. I'm one of the core maintainers of PyTest, so I spent a lot of time working on PyTest. But anyway, I was able to upgrade to the new release candidate, which we have just released, to kind of give people a preview of stuff in the newest PyTest and make sure things don't break a bunch. But now I can pass along this code highlight equals no. I had to make one little fix. Apparently we changed the coloring of this from being bold to not being bold at some point. But yeah, that fixed this entire plugin, which meant I could merge a bunch of pull requests that had just been sitting around for a while. So like these 3 pull requests all got merged yesterday. One was just bumping the versions of the pre-commit hooks to newer versions. Another one was speeding up the tests by not installing pre-commit because it didn't actually need pre-commit at test time. So I removed that, and this was contributed by Hugo, who, you know, if you work in Python at all, you'll see this dude all over the place, because you know, he works on all sorts of stuff. But he was fixing a warning in the Sphinx output, and yeah, pretty easy fix there. I actually took this same fix and applied it to another Pigments highlighter that I wrote called Pigments Pre-commit, which, you know, similar to the Pigments PyTest one, this one actually highlights pre-commit instead. Hey, what's up, Dwarven Coder? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And this one actually gets used on pre-commit.com. So you'll notice, did I really just Google search pre-commit.com? Like, what the fuck are you doing, Chrome? Of course I want to go to the actual website. But you can see an example of it highlighting here. So like, this is the result of running my Pigments highlighter over top of this. So you can see like there's subtle text here, there's the red, there's the green, etc. But I took the same patch and reapplied it here, and I did some tricky stuff to actually give authorship to Hugo. So you can see, why is it not? Where's the little like committed to this repository? Where's the like authorship patch? Yeah, there we go. So I made it so it was committed as Hugo, and or authored by Hugo, committed as me, and that, you know, gives him credit for this commit. But that was what I did in open source since last time. Not that much, but you know, actually took a bit of time. I also spent some more time doing issue triage and PyTest. I've been trying to make that part of my like everyday thing that I do, so that's been good. But yeah. JS says, any cool IRC clients? And Binary suggests IRC. I've used IRC in the past as well. Binary says, I think Anthony uses WeChat. No, I actually use Pigeon. But I don't use Pigeon to connect to Twitch. I use Pigeon to connect to the OCF IRC as well as an X Yelp IRC, and it looks like Freenode. Oh, Freenode's not down, it's just slow today. I also connect to Freenode with that, but and the Pigeon devs actually stream, or the main Pigeon dev actually streams on Twitch. Let's see, it's RW Grim with an underscore, I think. RW Grim underscore Grim. Yes, I'll give him a shout out. But he's actually really interesting. I like his channel. But you can check him out as well. Live coding says, just starting, nice. Welcome to live coding. It's certainly interesting when you start. Getting used to talking to yourself in a room is real tricky, but I think I've gotten a lot better at it. Let's see. The Wanderer says IRC Cloud has a modern UI and easier to set up. Oh, than like Pigeon or IRC or whatever? Yeah. Binary says it's not an IRC client competition. Okay. Yeah, this isn't WeChat. This is my own bot. So this is, yeah, this is my, it's actually a Python script. And you can do bangbot to look at the code for that. But yeah, I don't really like I don't really like TUIs for IRC. I find that they're kind of a pain in the butt. Binary says, I was just going to ask if this is hooked into pre-commit. Yes, it is. I created another one for pre-commit as well. Cheesepuff says, I want to create a login system as a personal project. I got it to working and have a graphical user interface, but it's only a document in the computer. Should I try and make it use Google Drive as a database? Google Drive as a database? So funny you say that. There was kind of like a meme among my friends and I that Google Sheets is the best database ever, because it's highly scalable, multi-data center, and like all this other stuff. But I don't think Google Sheets is actually a great database. It's more of just like a joke. But if you're looking for like free databases that you can use, Heroku has some setups that allow you to use some like free tier stuff, and you know, AWS also has like a permanent free tier as well if you want to set something up there. So you can use like hosted Dynamo, as long as you don't exceed like, it's like 1 million requests a month, which you're probably not going to hit on like a little personal site. But if you're just trying to do something local, SQLite is a good choice. I really like SQLite, but it really depends on like what you're trying to do with it. Like if it's just for like learning and like something you want to set up locally and play with, then like, you know, SQLite is a fine choice. But if you're trying to like build an application for other people, you'd probably want an actually hosted database at some point, and you know, do something there. Hey, what's up, Wow So Clutch? Hello, hello. Have you seen Grimm's channel? I guess you have. Yes, I have. I was actually in the process of shouting him out. You got some stickers. Oh, some pigeon stickers? Nice. Pioneer says you could use NoSQL. That is an option. Bullioser says, I'm pretty sure I've said your name different every time I've read your name. Sorry about that. Says, Grim does a lot of neat stuff in Go. Yes, I also do some Go sometimes. Cheesepuff says NoSQL question mark. So there's generally there's generally kind of two approaches to data stores nowadays. There's relational stores, which tend to use a structured query language known as SQL to query them. So, you know, your typical from X or select something from X, etc., etc. And then you have, you know, key value stores or document stores, which don't have relations in them, or generally don't have relations in them. And you generally query them based on either directly their keys or range keys. And, you know, you kind of have those two different paradigms. I tend to prefer relational stores. However, pre-commit.ci is going to use document stores because it's cheaper. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, anyway. NoSQL is a whole topic that I could go into for a very, very long time. Hey, what's up, Flush38? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Binary says, why don't you give them your blood type too while you're at it for Google database? Yeah. Bitches suggests Firebase. I've not tried Firebase myself. I don't know anything about it. Cheesepuff says, I just got into this. I'm pretty bad. Bad is not the right word. I wouldn't say that you're bad at it. I would just say that like you're learning, which is a good thing. Like you're trying to get better about programming and more knowledge and that sort of thing. And like knowledge acquisition is a good thing. And you know, I wouldn't be self-deprecating and say that you're bad at programming. You don't have the experience yet, or like put it in a nicer way than that. Hey, what's up, Tubeworm? Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. You here to shill Postgres again, as usual. Tubeworm says, drop Postgres locally. Don't be a SQLite bitch. Binary says, SQLite is what I think of as NoSQL. SQLite is definitely a SQL database. It, in fact, has SQL in the name. Bitchin says... Bitchin, your message describes me reasonably well. And Tubrum says, oh, yeah. And it's a Bubbles9 who says, hi, when writing a program in Python that has a lot of pieces to it, is it best to write as much as possible within separate def functions? I think that it's usually a good idea to split up functions based on their functionality, which usually means that, you know, when a function starts to do too much, it will be split off into smaller units. So in a way, the answer to your question is kind of yes, but I wouldn't arbitrarily split my function just because it's long. Like sometimes you have like a long chunk of procedural code where, you know, it makes sense to do, you know, to have a long function. And like splitting it doesn't actually improve the readability or any part there. It just kind of makes it harder to follow it. But yeah, I don't know. Cheese Buff unlocked an emote. Nice. Using your channel points. Oh, Binier says, I mean that I got NoSQL and SQLite mixed up. That makes sense. Nice. Tubrum says, use that PP field to know when to split. When the PP tingles, split. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, we actually don't. Oh fuck. Oh no. I think that's gonna crash my terminal. So there's a bug in GNOME terminal with tab tearing, and I have intentionally reverted the patch that turns tab tearing off because I find tab tearing really fun. Or really, not really fun, like really nice. It's a good feature. Tab tearing is basically where you can take a tab and put it into a new window like this. Or you can take a tab and put it back onto another window like this. I use this feature all the time, but in GNOME terminal it's disabled because it can cause a crash. But I'm running a fork of GNOME terminal. I actually had to update this. Oh, I did this offline too. I can talk about this as well. I actually have a patch that I run on top of GNOME terminal, which turns off the turning off of the tab tearing. So this set tab detachable is how tab tearing works. But there are cases where dragging a tab onto another tab or onto another window will just cause the entire window manager to crash. So it makes sense that they have this turned off for the general case, but I like the feature, so I turned it back on. Anyway, long story short, but I had to re-update this recently because Ubuntu released a new version of GNOME Terminal for 2004, and so I had to update this, which actually was really just me fixing my install directions and reapplying the patch. It turned out the patch didn't actually change at all. Like it was byte-wise identical to the previous patch, except for the date stamp. So I did that on the 11th, which was Saturday, at 7:15 p.m. But yeah, I fixed that. Oh, I don't know if I updated here, though. Pull prune. It looks like I might have. I at least pulled this. Type in my bad password, which is literally bad password. But it's a VM, so I don't really care about the password for it. Oh no, he leaked his password again! But yeah. Binier says, any plans on the 24-hour stream? So, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I think we're gonna do it on the 1st of August. Tentatively, the 1st of August. I kind of want to know the result of my partner application before I do that. So that's why it's tentative. But I think the plan for it is most of it is going to be kind of the normal programming, just chatting sort of stream. And I think we're going to do a mix of other stuff that is TBD. I want to play some like Minecraft for it, or like some other sort of stuff. Like play some games for some of it. I think I might do some Twitch sings. I don't know. But we'll see what happens. But I think, you know, I want it to be fun. I want you guys to get involved. Like I want you guys to see content that you want to see. And so like I'm currently like accepting suggestions in Discord. If you guys want to hop over to Discord and in the stream chat channel, you can kind of answer what you guys want to see and stuff. But not really plans yet, Bineyar. Failed Nomad says, I'm trying to learn to build tools with Python. What is the easiest project to start with? Oh. You mean like, general tooling or like command line applications or what sort of stuff there? I think like what I usually suggest is find something that you would want a tool for, like, something that automates something in your life and try and build that. That'll give you more motivation to finish that. Something like that. Fidget says, anyone know anything about pyx/pyd files? It's like C plus Python. Yeah, so that's Cython. Is those files, and you can read more about Cython on their website. It's just cython.org. But basically, it's a slight amount of C annotation on top of Python. It's its own special syntax, and it generates faster C extensions for it. Solid Chai says, why is it difficult to remember Python concepts? I keep learning as a hobby, and I keep forgetting it. It's probably because you don't practice enough, if I had to guess. That would be my guess, because I feel like, if you keep using the knowledge that you have, like, independent of what type of knowledge it is, whether it's Python or something else, you'll retain it better if you continue to use it. Yoda Droid says, here's one way to fit that long function on one screen full. This is great. Ultra wide monitor, but it's vertical. That's kind of amazing. It's one of those curved monitors too. Oh boy. Shindo Sensei says, do you have any resources / tutorials recommended for newbies to Python? I actually have a YouTube video that kind of talks about some of that sort of stuff. I also put up some amount of videos that are oh, this is not the right way to get to that. I also put up some educational videos on YouTube, youtube.com/AnthonyRantsCode. But this particular video is about getting started with Python. Well, getting started with programming in general, but it talks some specifics about Python as well. Two Room says official Python tutorial. Yes. Solid Shy says, why is it so difficult to move to Linux OS from Windows? I tried like a dozen times and I don't like Pop! OS. Any suggestions other than to just keep using it? It depends what you're trying to use Linux for, I think. For me, like going from Ubuntu, or going from, Windows to Ubuntu wasn't that much. Well, it wasn't that difficult the first time I did it. Then again, I've kind of been used to like some amount of Linux for a long time, but I'm actually running Windows. Oddly enough, this Ubuntu is a sneaky virtual machine. Samir says, it's not a good practice to leak your password. Indeed, that's why I have a intentionally bad password in my virtual machine, and it's not my actual password. For my actual password, which I have leaked before on stream, but I now use a password manager to manage that. So I use Bitwarden to do password management, which works really well. It means that I, don't type out passwords anymore. But yeah. The Wanderer says, I parted ways with Ubuntu after 1910 after using it for 2 years. Always broke on my laptop when I was using NVIDIA graphics. I've actually had really good experience with the NVIDIA drivers, but I guess I only have one machine where that matters. But I don't know, I guess everyone has their own experiences depending on the particular card or whatever. I guess the one problem I had with the NVIDIA drivers is whenever you upgrade the operating system, the package goes all wonky, which I've usually found, like, uninstall the custom drivers, just run in 640, 480 for a while, upgrade the machine, and then reinstall the drivers. That seems to fix it reasonably well, at least for me. Samir says, play Valorant. I've never played Valorant. I don't know how to do that. Bitches says, we should do a live coding session like all of us on one shared document. Yeah, that'll never fucking happen. That's never gonna work. Kriviki says, give me a few weeks and you'll do a 24-hour stream earlier. So Kriviki, Sarcastic Dante already renewed the, or redeemed the points. So it is pending. I just need to figure out when it's going to happen and what we're going to do. But yes, the 24-hour stream is coming. For Eula's and TOS reading, yeah. That monitor about to fall real quick. Indeed. Pioneer says the vertical monitor photo reminds me of your cat pillow. Yeah. of Noodle back here? It's true. Hey, what's up, Sono Nico? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Pioneer says public keys. Where, what public keys? What are you talking about? Jesh says Arch's love. We found the Arch user, guys. We found another Arch user. Binary says OpenBSD is simplicity. Ooh. I have some like choice words about BSD. I find that every time I try and use it, it's a real fucking pain in the ass. I thought Linux was hard to use, but holy shit. OpenBSD is a whole different thing. And maybe I'm just holding it wrong, and maybe the problem exists between the keyboard and the chair. Maybe I'm too dumb to use BSD, but oh man. I don't know, man. Tubrim says I use Arch, by the way. Found the Arch user. Hey, what's up, Brave Lolhart? Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Binary says Void Linux is pretty cool and doesn't have systemd. Roller says, is there a reason that you chose that password manager? Yeah, I looked at a couple of them. Some of the reasons that I picked Bitwarden is it's hosted, so I don't have to host anything. But I could host it if I wanted to because they have the server code. It's entirely open source, so I was able to audit the source code and like look at how it works and like figure out whether it's doing secure things or not. What else? It's supported on all the platforms that I use, so it works in Firefox, Chrome, and Android, which is really all I care about. It's free. I might have already said that. What else? I don't know. Free, open source, can use it all on all my platforms, and that was basically my cutoff there. If I ever want to, I can take the server software. I could host it myself if I wanted to, but I don't need to because they have their own hosting for me. Tuber says not using NVIDIA DKMS in 2020. I mean, to be fair, the last time I updated this particular machine that I was talking about was in like 2014, so it's possible that things were not as good back then. And maybe they've improved. I don't know. Bitchin says, fuck you, Arch is worse than Corona. You guys are hilarious. Masala Chai says, is this the stream where we discuss real world problems and logic maybe? We discuss whatever you guys ask me in chat. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I will talk about it. Binary says, BSD is simple compared to Linux. Yeah, but I find that because it's like too simple, you know? Brave Allheart says, why do you wear a shirt every time? You mean why do I put clothes on to stream? Isn't that like TOS? I guess I could just cover my nips and we'd be good there, right? Is that how that works? I don't know. I feel a little bit more comfortable wearing clothes than not on stream for the internet. Tuberm says, do a no shirt stream. I don't think that's gonna happen. Hungry Hippo says, how familiar are you with Linux? I've had a problem with Linux for a while, but I haven't figured out the problem yet. I mean, I'm familiar in that like I can usually figure out how to fix things from like Googling and reading other stuff. Like I kind of have some thoughts about how things should work in general. I know how to use the terminal really well. I don't know. I'm not good at fixing computers though. In general. Bolio Sir says systemd is better than initv in almost every single way. Just an FYI to the Void users. Flame War engage. Yes, the init system fight begins. Braveheart says he looks eligible. You mean eligible for the no shirt stream? I mean, I do undo buttons if you guys gift subs. But Journal D is a pain. I have not worked with Journal D. Hey, what's up, Barthino? Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Good to see you again. Kriviki says, do you know programming language Logo? It's awful. Yes, I have heard of Logo. I have not worked with it before. It's Runit. I have used Runit. Oh, I'm not a fan of Runit. Runit's kind of a mess. Hey, what's up, W. Kulikowski? Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Hungry Anchorman says, nude Anthony stream on OnlyFans. I don't think you can stream on OnlyFans. I do have an account, though. Sneakily enough. But I have not posted any content there. But it does exist. Wraithal Heart says, do you have an Italian background? Yes, I have. What is it? It's like 3/8. It's like not even half. But that's where Sottile comes from, which is my last name. But yes, I have some Italian in me. Pioneer says they want you to show some titties. Nipple tassels. Masala says, I use PowerShell in my day-to-day job. By the way, is that okay to be here, guys? Yeah, we're okay with PowerShell. I'm actually running Windows, so like, you know, it's not unusual that you know, we do Windows stuff from time to time. So PowerShell's cool. Hey, what's up, Jugmag? Hello, hello, welcome back. Is my today still correct? Hooking up some more GitHub webhooks. Yes, it is still correct. The Wanderer says, use Ubuntu if you want to work and keep your sanity, plus have a life. Looking at you, our choosers. The shot's fired. Oak says, maybe one day if you get bored of programming. that's when the OnlyFans content becomes a thing. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Potrill? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Binary says, can you tell me what you think of this code? Is this a Rickroll? This is definitely gonna be a Rickroll. Almost certainly. It looks like a video link. Is it a Rickroll? It is a Rickroll! Rickroll, but with a different link so they can't memorize it. I didn't have to memorize it. Like, it was still a Rickroll. It didn't get me Vineyard. Bitchet says PC specs. I should really put this somewhere that's less annoying. I have a 1080 Ti, I have 64 gigs of RAM, and I have an Intel i7 8700K, and I have a butt ton of SSDs. What else do you care about? I have a liquid cooled processor cooler. I have a capture card. And yeah, that's about it. That's what people usually care about. Braveheart says, what are we coding today? Okay, so I want to work on more of the webhooks for pre-commit.ci and get more of this working today. And I might also be doing some refactoring this because I kind of want to change how this works. Because right now a lot more credentials flow around than I want them to. So I think I can change my queuing so that credentials work out better. Although that introduces a race condition, so maybe not. Maybe I won't do that. Hey, what's up, Glumps? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. ZZ Helix says, hey, first time on your stream. Thinking about starting my own coding stream. It's crazy that you developed PyTest, which I use in my jobs all the time. So cool. So I was not the original author of PyTest, but yeah, I am one of the core devs on PyTest. But yeah, I actually have contributed a lot of software that a lot of people use, and it's just kind of how things work. Like every time you start Python, you're actually running some software that I wrote, because I fixed some of the initialization in Python, for instance. But like, but yeah, I work on a lot of open source stuff. The Wonder says, holy shit, I want that PC. Me too. Yeah, I built this late 2018 when my previous computer died. And honestly, it was like, I want to stream on Friday or on Saturday, or like, wait, what was it? I went to go stream and my computer didn't boot, and I was like, fuck. this is bad. So I ordered parts that night on Amazon and built it the next day, and then I think I streamed the day after that. So it was a pretty good turnaround time there. Hey, what's up, White Satin and ZC Helix? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Zala says GitHub confuses me. I think it makes reasonable sense to me. GitLab confuses the fuck out of me. There's too many damn buttons, and don't even get me started on Bitbucket. That shit's just bad. Exclusive PR says, do you use test-driven development? I do in some cases. I actually made a video about this. Test-driven development, so you can check out this video. I talk a little bit about the concepts and why I do and don't use it, and when I use it and don't, basically. But yeah, I go over test-driven development a little bit there. I'm actually not using test-driven development for this project, mostly because I don't quite know how I want it to work. And I've been doing a lot of like major refactoring, and tests would slow me down a little bit there. And I actually talk about that in the video. Coding SO says, is that an Ubuntu AVM? Yes, I am running Windows. Sweet lift money, yes. Well, before I was laid off, but that's the way thing goes. Jugmike says, I falsely claimed you are the creator of talks on last week's Python Ireland meetup when I did a lightning talk. Just noticed it afterwards. I guess it was Holger. Yes, whoops. I mean, I am one of the maintainers, so it's easy to get us all confused, but yeah, I do also work on talks. Brave Little Heart says, what are you doing for a living, Andy Rates Code? Right now I'm not doing anything for a living. I'm bleeding money. I'm fun employed. I'm streaming for you guys, working on open source. Yeah, so what my plan is right now, because I got laid off like what, 2 months ago, end of April. It is July, month and change ago. What I'm planning to do is build this CI system. I'm currently building kind of the free tier of this, and I'm planning to make a pro tier where you would pay for the service for like additional features and private repositories and other stuff like that. Priority queue, other stuff like that. And my hope, my like pipe dream, is that somehow this is successful and can fund me enough such that I can, stream full time, work on open source, and like do stuff that I want to do, and like, build free code essentially. But being a realist, I don't necessarily think that this is going to take off. And realistically, I'm time boxing myself to 6 to 9 months, and I'll go back to the industry and go back to being a cog on the machine at some software shop, and do work for someone else. But I don't know. It would be really cool if this succeeds. And worst case, like even if this doesn't take off, I have wanted this functionality for myself for the longest time. So worst case, I'll build a thing that I use, and if no one else uses it, then fuck it, whatever. But I think people will want this, so I'm hopeful, basically. But yeah. Glem says, can you link that list of video links? Yes, I can. Where did it go? This one. It's basically just a copy of the playlist from my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, which is the same as this GitHub, and my Twitch. It is not the same as my Twitter, because fucking Twitter. Hey, what's up, Masala Chai? I've seen you in the chat, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Masala says, I keep forgetting Python because I procrastinate being lazy to practice. Maybe that is about 90% of the reason. Yeah, that would make sense. Coder Dodo says, what virtualization software do you use? I use VirtualBox. You can actually see my full setup on this link here. Hey, what's up, Aramur? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. GitHub confuses me in the sense of uploading, versioning, etc. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, Git can be very confusing. I think like as you practice Git more and more of it will make sense, and GitHub kind of follows a lot of the models that Git does, so I don't know. White says, would it be hard for a beginner who just started to learn about classes to make a cryptid chat client-to-client or demotic. I don't know what DM. I don't know what that word is. What is this word? Automation system that lets you monitor and configure various devices. Yeah, I think either of those would be fine as like a beginning project. I would start by like a plain text chat client and then add encryption after. Partially because like you'll be able to debug and understand what's going on better with it in plain text, but you'll want your encryption for security or whatever later. Binary says everyone subscribe. Yeah. Subscribe with Twitch Prime. It's free. No. Isn't there like a common Twitch overlay that just like annoys the hell out of you if you have Twitch Prime and you're watching a stream or whatever? I don't know. Helix says, do you have any machine learning experience, particularly with computer vision? I do not. I have very little machine learning experience. Basically, I've played a little bit with NLTK, Natural Language Toolkit, and that's about it. And even that, I didn't really get very far. The Wanderer says, I code in Java, never used Python. Is it difficult to target to learn in 2 months by solving LeetCode questions? I think if you have good fundamentals in a programming language, it's pretty easy to pick up another programming language. It depends on how, like how used to programming in one language you are to pick up another and how similar they are. But for me, like, I picked up Python in like a month while working at a company. But I had like strong fundamentals in C++ and JavaScript, and I pick up languages very quickly. Just the way that my brain works. And so picking up Python was not difficult for me. Mastering Python is a different question. I would still say that I probably still haven't mastered Python. There's still like things that I don't understand or like try and stay away from. Meta class customization is a thing like I think I've used once, and could I explain how it works? No, but I could probably copy and paste some code that I wrote a long time ago and, kind of half-ass my way through it, but that's my thoughts there. Cheese Puff says pizza versus burgers. Well, I'm a pescatarian, so I actually have never eaten a hamburger. So, pizza. Binary says, could you give a good example scenario use case? For what? For TDD? I think like my biggest use case for TDD is like I found a bug in code and I want to write a test that shows that the bug is broken and then fix the code so that the test passes. Brave All Heart says, I don't know why, but it seems to me that stream is going on with delay. No, I'm just behind on chat. This is what always happens, Brave All Heart. I'm 4 minutes behind on chat right now, so we'll get there eventually. You can actually see like the delay here, but I'm just catching up. VirtualBox is free and tight. Yeah, I like VirtualBox. Google Home with the spying. Yeah. Etra0 says, what is your opinion on Rust? I think Rust is cool. I want to learn Rust. I'm not very good at it. I've done like, a couple of programs in it, but I haven't really gotten to like proficiency yet. Tubrum says, just learn Go. You already know Go. I do know Go. Brave All Heart says, you're intelligent. I like to think so. 13 Vijay Kumar says, rank between 1 to 10 for Python. You mean like my knowledge? I would probably say like, 9.5 or somewhere around there. I don't know. Something like that. Jayesh says, have you used the Pawn Tools framework? I have not. I have not. S1 Cube says, is it easy to use GPUs inside VirtualBox? I don't know. I don't think it's possible to use GPU pass-through in VirtualBox. At least I don't know about it. Hey, what's up, Burger Love? Who says, you've never eaten a burger? I feel insulted. I've had veggie burgers. Does that count? Does that count? Juicebox says, Cheese Puff sounds weirdly like Juicebox, and I keep looking over. Kazia says, send nudes. Well, where am I sending them, Kazia? What? What? Who just hops into a Twitch chat and is like, send nudes. Send them. Tuber says, everyone knows Go. Yeah, I mean, because it's dead fucking simple. Zoller says, Go stream? Maybe. Cheesebuff says, has anyone played Rust the game? I really liked Rust the game when it just came out. It's so different now, though. It's been, I don't know, it's changed a lot. I haven't played it in a long time as well, but it was kind of fun when it came out until, like, hackers figured out how to break the game. Tuber says, Python is a 0 out of 10 language. I despise Python. Cashirai says, Rust is many things. Lame? I think not. Cassie says, my DMs. Tuber says, I would rather suck on Daddy Rob Pike's toes to get generics. Juice says, want me to ban Anthony Rand's code? Are you banning me or are you banning Kazia? You can just, I don't know, use your own judgment. I don't have a problem with with being silly, but if they're being serious, then okay. But yeah, so the first thing that I want to do today is look at the pull request, the pull request webhook, which I know is not set up yet, so we should get some problems here. pre-commit.ci web app. So I'm actually going to put a breakpoint in the unknown webhook, which is down here. Put a breakpoint here, and we'll run this, and I should be able to create a pull request. Actually, anyone should be able to create a pull request, but please don't. Please leave me alone. But I should be able to create a pull request to this, and be able to run tests there. Commit to a new branch. We should actually get two job runs here, probably. Yeah, so we got one here. Did that actually trigger a run? No, it didn't. So it shouldn't have triggered a run because it was the non-default branch. That's good. This is create event. This seems kind of import JSON, print json.dumps, indent equals 2. This is what this looks like. Flask.request? Yeah, there we go. Hey, what's up, M. Johan? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Grab this and stick it into a file. Sample request, payload, pr.json. And hey, what's up, Kishore N? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ban Anthony Rand's code. Yeah. Getrai says, reading Twitch chat aloud, what could go wrong? I mean, I mostly filter stuff with my brain, but sometimes it's just kind of funny stuff, so I'll say it anyway. Etrao says, did you see the pep on pattern matching? It looks cool. I did. Pattern matching Python pep. My initial thought is that it's too fucking complicated. And it needs to be way simpler. And I think it's going to be really difficult for new programmers to understand this syntax. But I do think it's kind of cool-ish. But like, what the fuck does this do? I don't know. Wow, they actually used the word walrus in the pep. But I don't know. I find that it's a little bit difficult. Like, if you were to explain the syntax to somebody, I would say it's like Switch, but also Ruby, but also complicated, but also assignments. And I don't know. I think it's a little bit too complicated right now, is my thought. And it's not going to be faster than if statements. It's just going to be kind of difficult to read syntax. I don't know. I'm like slightly not happy with it at the moment, but that's just me. Juice bonking somebody that isn't Michaela. Yeah, there we go. You don't have to ban. You can just bonk. Let's see. Mipso says, I can't compile FreeBSD to my Cortex A72. No resources available, and I searched online. I actually don't know anything about compiling FreeBSD. I am not much of a BSD person. Wow, almost just said BDSM person, so that's where we're going here. Binary says, what if I find a bunch of typos? Would you accept that pull request? If you're capitalizing stuff, don't do it. If they're actual typos, sure. Juice says, can you make it accept an argument? I would do it, but I don't know Python. Juice be sip. Yeah, we could do that. Hey, what's up, Let Me Win? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We actually originally had it accept an argument. We could just accept an argument and default to Michaela. Does that sound fine? We'll do that. Let's see. Bonk. Message dot partition this rest dot strip or Michaela Fox. I think this will work. Maybe? We'll see what it does. So if we want to bonk, who are we bonking again? Cassia? There we go. Okay, now you can bonk other people. Get and dash P. No, yes. Make people that are not Michaela bonkable. That just sounds fucking funny. Make them bonkable! But yeah. Oh, there's another thing that I want to do today. Oh wait, why are we... I didn't actually create this pull request. So what is this webhook? This must be branch creation. This must be branch creation, so I actually named this file wrong. Sorry, let me do this while I'm thinking about it. Move, sample request, payload, PR, branch, create. So I actually think we don't need to handle that. We need to handle tag creation though. And maybe master branch creation for the first branch. But yeah, there was another thing that I want to do because I uploaded a YouTube video today that talks about this little guy that people ask about all the time, and I want to add that to the keyboard 3. Keyboard 3. Here is more info. Get rid of this comma. And if we do this again, keyboard 3. This is my stream deck keyboard. Here is more info. Cool. Yes, no. And YouTube link to keyboard 3. Git push origin head. Cool. And now I'm super behind on chat. The Wanderer says, I passionately hate the new GitHub UI. I have like 3 problems. 2 of them are solved. One of them is that the code is not expanded, but otherwise I think it's mostly fine. Hey, what's up, RKJ? Who says, oh hi, just in time for the box. Cheesebuff says, there's a freaking cat outside making human-like noises and I get so scared. Oh no. Etcher says, Rust has pattern matching as well, and now I cannot imagine life without it. Maybe the example there are a bit too complicated, but I think it'll be quite useful in the end. Yeah, probably. WST says, have you ever used the walrus operator in your projects? Let me show you how I feel about the walrus operator. I made a linter for the walrus operator called Flake8 Walrus, and it's a good linter. It makes sure that you use walrus correctly, and the correct way to use walrus is to never fucking use it. So that's how I feel about the walrus operator. Hey, what's up, Juanieva? Sorry if I mispronounced that, but thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Movie Jamal says pattern matching is Craigasm. Hey, what's up, Derium3037? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Tuberum says I used it while absolutely trashed. 11 out of 10. Recommend Walrus. Yeah, you don't need the @tubeworm. I think it still gives people a notification even if their name shows up. Snoozer says that's a cool looking keyboard. What's the thing in the middle? Oh, funny you ask that, Snoozer. I actually just did Bang Keyboard 3 in chat, so you can check out that there, and I have a YouTube video that talks about it as well. But it's the BDN9. Zoller says golden commit message right there, right? Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? Hello, hello, welcome back. Juice says, I wish there was an actual horny jail role where people can only send wholesome emotes. Is there such a thing as wholesome emotes on Twitch? Like, no water droplets or eggplants or peaches allowed. Yes. Exclusive PR says, do you try your hardest not to use a mouse or something? No, I use a mouse a lot. The mouse is just off screen. It's here. It's a crappy mouse. I actually use the mouse a lot, which is why, you know, my windows are not a tiling manager. It's the Acetilly window manager. Roller says, oh, so time to chat more. Yes. Parsa says, Anthok being biased. It's true. It's true. Welcome back, Parsa. Good to see you.
Checking if you set thresholds for TTS yet.
I have not, Juice. I have not set thresholds for TTS. We're just inviting people to abuse TTS, and only when they abuse TTS will it be a problem. Jim with the Python, welcome to the channel. Bunnier says, I think you need some more stuff to fill in that gap between 900...
Good you didn't just bought 10,000 bits.
Oh no. Oh no. Hey, what's up, Snooster? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I do need other ideas for channel points between 900 and 10,000. I might also change the price of the 10,000 one, because Twitch changed how channel points work, so it's a lot harder to get up there now. Did you just bonk me, Rollers? What are you doing? What are you doing? Sarcastic Dante says, where's Michaela? I want to bonk her. Oh boy. Black Glasses says, oh hi there. Hello. Don't you usually go by something else? Like, wow, wasn't the alt F4 stream? Yeah. Isn't that your normal handle? Do you have 2 accounts? Are you also Black Glasses? Yeah. Oh, you also posted right after there. I see you now. But yeah, the Alt F4 is also a streamer, so check out their channel. Give him a second chat. You know, no, I got you. I'm just... I'm behind on chat as usual. I'm only 2 minutes behind today, so that's fine. Hunger Angopus says, I recommend the Freestyle over the Advantage 2. Advantage 2 makes it feel weird to type on normal keyboard since the keys are not vertically aligned and not staggered. Yeah, this is very, very natural. Was pretty easy for me to adjust from another keyboard. Binary says keyboard greater than mouse. The other force says definitely not the right account. Let me try that again. Oh hi there. We actually have an oh hi command as well. So if you want the bot to greet you, you can say oh hi, and it will say hi to you. This all says, what's the best way to understand algorithms? Just practice and visualize, or is it easier to learn them in C? I would not recommend learning them in C. That's a good question. I usually look up algorithms if I need them. Personally, I guess like binary trees, you'll use them more as you need them, as you get experience and stuff. But yeah, I don't quite know how to answer there. Did you try and bong me, Bunnyar? I don't have a bong. We're not gonna be able to bong me. Give him a second chat, yeah. But yeah. Girlfriend is just an oh hi command, says Juicebox Hero. Is it? Are they the same? Am I consistent in that way? Probably. Okay, but yeah, we got this webhook for branch creation, so I think I need to intercept this command for tag creation. So let's add this as a new webhook here. Web app. So we just added the push. GitHub webhook create. This is for branch creation. Ref creation data dexter any. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint here because I assume we'll be able to figure out whether this is a tag or not. I kind of want to see what it is for a tag. Yeah, because we'll want to enqueue stuff if it's a tag. But we can just continue for this right now. And do we lose another commit or another 499? What is Nginx 499? Nginx 499. I think that's like upstream timeout. Client closed request. I don't know which one of these is which. We got two webhooks here though. We missed one of them. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, they are this. They're not exactly the same, Juice. They're a little bit different. Let me see what webhooks got sent. I actually have to do this off screen because it shows the fucking credentials in plain text. I wish they would fix that. But yeah, if you open up the developer settings for a GitHub app, it just says the client secret in plain text on the homepage, which is awesome. But I've learned I can actually show this page, so we're gonna show this page. But this is, what hook is this? That's the push. This should be the create. And so this timed out, which is fine. But I want to create a tag and push the tag and see what happens with this. How do I do that? How do I do that? Acetyl 2/demo. Create a new release. v1.0.0. Demo v1.0.0. I think if I click this, it will create that. Oh. Did I not restart this? Did I not save this? This should have gotten triggered. What the hell? Yeah. Why did this not trigger the webhook? Oh, there we go. This is what we want. Import JSON. Print JSON.dumps data indent equals 2. We'll stick this in our file as well. Just so I have... What the fuck happened there? Oh, I hit the wrong key. Oh, we ran something though. Why did we run something? I don't know why it ran something. That's fine. We will have to take a look at that and see what things are delivered there. Sample request payload tag create.json. Okay. Jellyfishes says, this might be a stupid question, but why don't you use an IDE like PyCharm? I actually talk about this in, is it this video? Where I talk about my text editor? Yeah, I talk about it in this video here, which I just linked in chat. You can check that out there. But yeah, I used to use IDEs, and I do like them, but when I switch around between a bunch of different projects, it's kind of slow for me. RKJ says, could you create a browser script to hide the client ID? I probably could. Though it might flash one frame of showing it before I can delete it. So I'm not sure. I guess I could CSS to delete it. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to try that off camera and see what happens there. Hey, what's up, Rubadub TV? Hello, welcome back. If you guys don't know, Rubadub TV is a streamer. So check out their channel as well. Bubblesnut says, if I have an if-else function that if a username is equal to username, another function will happen. How do I link in that function underneath the if statement? If I have an if-else function, that if a username is equal to a username, another function will happen. Are you trying to say something like... I'm not sure what you're trying to do. So if you have something like if user1 is equal to some user, do something? Is this what you're looking for? Or are you doing like, you know, retrieve username? Something like that? Or like, I'm not sure what you're looking for. I don't understand your question, basically. Yeah, maybe if you reword it, I can understand a little bit better. Huh, so I think this push got triggered, which... which I didn't expect. Let me try this again. Okay, 77B78. Where does that commit come from? That is this tag. So do I not care about branch create then and tag create? Or did I make this commit a while ago? I'm gonna delete this tag and then recreate it and see if it triggers that. Oh, actually, we want to remove the breakpoint. Oh, this also got orphaned from up here. If data ref type equals tag, only do work for tags. We might actually just ignore this API endpoint if it's already working. Elif, what? Is master branch. Okay. Let's see what happens when I create the tag again. I'm gonna go back to here. Yes, delete. Oh, I gotta delete the tag too. How do I delete the tag? One tag. Oh, I can't delete the tag. Let me add myself as a collaborator. Manage access. Invite a collaborator. Me. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? Who's Acetyl VDF? Who are you? Why are you not me? Ugh. I might have an imposter. Okay, let me accept this invite over here. View invitation, accept. This will allow me to commit to the repo. utility 2/demo. Does this trigger a webhook? Am I even running somewhere? 502. I should have been running. Whoops. Connection refused. Oh god, I've missed so many webhooks. we're slowly chipping away at all the new hooks here. Okay, let's create the tag again. I think I can just do that here. So, push the tag. What webhooks do we get? We get 2 webhooks. And we executed? Okay, yeah, so we get a webhook already from the push. So we actually need to ignore the create API. We don't actually care about that at all. We get a push for tag creation, so we can ignore the create API. Cool. Oh, this is a stale file, and I have not implemented my fancy little feature yet. But I want to double check this. I want to be able to I want it to run for all tags, so not just the master branch tags. So let's look at this again. Hey, what's up, Jahermo? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Littlesnut says, if a user is able to log into their account, I want them to see their dashboard. Oh, I guess I have some code like that in pre-commit.ci. Oh, I'm already here. Pre-commit.ci web app. So on the index, if I'm able to retrieve a user, this getUser function returns an optional user, so it either returns none or a user object. And then inside my template, pre-commit.ci web templates index, inside my template, I check if that user is non-null, and then display some stuff based on that. So I think that's how you would do that. Ermer says, I don't really understand what you mean too. Do you miss your time at Lyft? I miss a lot of the people that I worked with at Lyft. I was getting kind of tired of the work towards the end, but I don't know. It was a good experience. Like, it was a good place to work. I do miss the money a little bit, but such is life, I guess. Hey, what's up, Leor78? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Rune Trim says, does a split keyboard really help with typing? For me, it doesn't really make much of a difference. I'm actually slower at typing on the split keyboard, oddly enough. It does make me more correct, because I cannot cheat on some of the characters that I cheat on. So, like, you know, oh, that was bad. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. If you watch me type, I actually, with my right hand, use mostly these 2 fingers. Like, I'm sure if I did this, just like threw these off over here. Yeah, like I didn't even use my ring and pinky finger at all. But one way that I used to super cheat when typing is I would hit the Y key with my left hand. I still try and reach for \n, like \n, but I don't know. I cheat a lot when typing. This makes me more correct in that I do less of the crossing over when I shouldn't do that. But the reason and the actual intention for this is for ergonomic purposes. And again, I don't have ergonomic problems with keyboards either, so it doesn't do anything for me for that. But the idea is that if your hands are, you know, stretched out at arm's length and are shoulder width apart, you naturally rest them on a keyboard in a position like this. And so, you know, keeping the keyboard at about a shoulder's width length puts your hands in a more natural position. This is also tented, so it's up at an angle where my hands are like this, which is a much more natural place to keep them than it is to, you know, to kind of twist your hands in and put them close together. So like this is the standard keyboard position, and then this is the split keyboard position. So it's meant to be like ergonomic or whatever, but I don't have ergonomic problems. This keyboard was actually sent to me by Kinesis just to put it on stream so that people can ask questions about it. So anyway, hopefully that answers things there. Okay, but let's look at the stuff we got here. This is the create event, which we don't care about. This is the push event, right? Push, yes. And we want to capture this ref here. Elif. Oh, we already did this. Cool. Code already works. Thank you, Past Me, for doing this already. Although, Past Me, you should have indented this better. I mean, that was easy. love when code already works without trying to make it work. But that's a thing. Okay, so let's try and capture the whatever delete event happened that I missed. I think again we're just gonna ignore the delete event because I don't think. Well, I guess we could do some work to like cancel the queued event so that it doesn't try and run, but I don't know. Bubblesnot says I figured it out. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Mipso says I use a truly ergonomic keyboard. Yeah, there's some more better ergonomic keyboards. This is just like the first. This is the gateway drug into those fucking ridiculous keyboards. RKJ says bang level up. Yes, I really like this GIF. That's why it's a command. It's supposed to be like, you know, rare candies at a Pokemon. This is, you know, level like this was popular during Pokemon Go, or at least that's when somebody sent me this GIF for the first time. This is some streamer dude. I don't actually know his name, but Sarcastic Dante says now it's time for an ergonomic editor. Hey now. Runechim says, what are you writing? So if you do Bang Project, you can check out what I'm looking at. But I'm creating a CI system to run pre-commit, and so this is pre-commit's output here. But I'm making a GitHub app that does some stuff there. Ketchrai says more ergonomic than Babby 0011? Impossible. That actually reminds me, I've been meaning to make a new release of that. Let me do that real quick. Because we fixed something. What did we fix? Long decorate, one line, first parent. Oh yeah, we fixed background on clothes. What was this? Regex flags. Oh, we improved some performance there. So let's make 0012. Command-m vo.o.12. Git tag that. Bin python setup.py sdist bdist wheel twine upload -rpy dist 12 star. Hey, what's up? Roger? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Don't know how to pronounce your name. Let me know how you would want me to pronounce it in chat if you would like me to say your name. But thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. And push organ head tanks. And then I can update to 12. Tilde alt vmn pip install babby upgrade. And we're now on babby 0012. And hopefully things still work, right? Babby file. I didn't. Yeah. Ooh, it was a little bit snappier too. That's probably because of the regex changes. Everyone suggests Ed. Yeah. Olson says, have you ever messed around with tkinter? If so, how do I not open a new window, but rather just change the look of the one window? For example, when a user logs into the account, they have a success in login. I don't want to go to a new window. I just want it to open within the same window. So I've done a little bit with tkinter, not anything super advanced, but usually what you would do is you would rearrange the components inside the window without killing them, so to speak. And you know that you can kind of like add and remove components dynamically. The APIs for that change based on your UI framework, but I know there's a way to do it in tkinter. Because I did something with like moving a square around. I think that was my like little sample project. Rune Trimmed says, "Be my babby." Are you trying to get bonked, Rune Trimmed? Is that what you're looking for, friend? But yeah, let's look at the events we get for deletion, and then see what the code looks like for that. Sarcastic Dante. right on cue with the bonk there. Demo. Delete that tag. Git push origin v1.0.0. Delete the tag. Oh my god. Well, that's not good. We crashed this. So it must have sent a post. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, well, we'll look at that as well. P action. Delete. JSON.dumps event. Action. Wait, event. No. Last.request.json indent equals 2 and 2. Okay, so this is tag deletion. Sample request payload tag delete JSON. Okay, so we got 2 bugs here. Let me look at this though, see if there's anything interesting in here. To do, we can use this to cancel things eagerly. For now, yellow. Webhook. Delete. Right? It was called delete. Delete. Delete none. But we need to look at the push event and make sure that we don't get all the zeros. Let's do this. And we'll create and delete that tag again. We'll start this worker again. Oh, this is gonna crash. This is where I need a dead letter queue? Is that what it's called? Just delete it manually for now. Then the worker should be fine. Get tag 1.0.0, get push tags. So this should trigger a run. And then when we delete the tag, it should trigger this webhook again. Git push version v1.0.0. The colon is delete. So we should get our webhook now. Import JSON.dumps data indent equals 2. Put this in a file. Payload push delete tag.json. And I think we can look at after being this null string. But this is gonna break this again. pre-commit.ci web app. I'll look for the push event. If the ref is not equal and the data, so we want if data after is equal to 0 times 40, or any of these, are going to return early. If data after is equal to 0, return deletion of tag branch. Always run pushes to default branch. Always run tags. Cool. Cool. Get rid of that to do because I'm no longer going to approach that. And I gotta delete this queue item again. Delete from queue items. The worker should really not crash in this case, but oh well. The minimum to get things working. Hey, what's up, Valsbird? Hello, welcome to the stream. Wilsonat says, in case someone had the same question, I found out you can just do root.withdraw and just hide the original window. Oh, nice. Hey, what's up, Shazrobot? Hello. Welcome back. Hey, Anythony, says Shazrobot. Hey, what's up, Summersoft? Hello as well. And Proggyhead, hello. Man, a lot of people saying hello. Proggyhead says, Anthony coding a rare sight. Man. Come on now. Love with Memory Loss says, hello, welcome back. Good to see you again. RKJ says, I just looked up alternative ways to check if a string is all the same character. Apparently, s equals len s times s0 is the most efficient in Python. You could probably write a faster C function than that, because that builds a string. But, And I see you again, Sarcastic Dante. Hello as well. JL, welcome back. Says, did anyone experience a 500 when trying to access GitHub? Yeah, GitHub was super down last night. I don't know if it's still having trouble. If it's starting to have trouble now, we're gonna have a bad time. This was last night, I think. I hope. Hopefully it's not down right now. I forgot that's times 40. I did indeed. Thank you for the catch there, Kanjiel. Roller says, Andrew code codes when Andrew X is not here. He is in the chat right now. He just hasn't been saying anything. Ignore deletion of tag / branch. Yeah. Microsoft says 1 is less than the length of the set of the stir is the only way. I guess that would work too. It also has overhead. I mean, you could do like if not s, return false. Well, I guess return true. This is trivially true. And then return all C equals C1 for C and S1. Actually, you would do S1 : but this slice actually builds another string, so that's probably less efficient than doing it like this. This is how I would write the C code for this. It's probably shorter in code, but Yeah, that would be how I would approach that. Okay, yes, but we can run this again, and we can do the same push delete tag thing. Push tag, so that should create the tag and run the job. So push the tag, run the job, and if we delete the tag, it should not crash. And we did indeed get 2 more events for that. Cool. Okay, so I think we can make a commit for that. Git diff. Why is this code still here? And dash p, yes, 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 no. Handle branch / tag creation and deletion. Hey, what's up, Jacksepher? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Travis Appleby, thank you as well for the follow and welcome. Welcome, welcome. Actually, I wonder if I can unsub from that entire webhook, and then I don't need to write code for it. Let me see what happens if I configure this. So I gotta do this off screen because of this stupid thing. Hey, what's up, Thiago Vegamg? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Hey, what's up, Avalbona? Hello, hello. Welcome back. And hello again to Jaxfer. I see you just followed as well. Let's see. Webhooks. Yeah, so this is the hook that branch or tag creation. Oh, that was a risky click. And get branch or tags created. Yeah, I think I don't need this. I'm not gonna click back because that's gonna show my creds. Stupid, stupid, stupid GitHub. Okay, so I think I don't need create or delete. Although, how do I get push? Oh, there we go. We get push down there. Yeah, I don't think I need creation or deletion. Because we get a push event. Haha, nice. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna unsub from those events. This actually triggers a webhook as well. I think that's what this webhook was. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm out of water, so I'm gonna go fill up my water. But I will be right back, and we'll hack on a few more of these webhooks. Actually, no, before I forget about this. We can actually get rid of this create and delete here. And to do, we can cancel eagerly here as well. Yes, yes, no. Okay, then I'm gonna go get some water, and I will be right back. See you guys in a bit. Alright, I'm back. I got water. It's not vodka. Man, that would be a fun stream if it was vodka. Holy shit. What a mess. Why is my color balance all messed up today? Are my lights on? Yeah, my lights are on. I'm gonna open a window just because it's kind of dark in here. Maybe that'll improve the light balance. Ugh. Is that slightly less depressing, maybe? I guess? A little bit? Whatever. That's what we're going with. Duality says, drink the tears of your enemies, it's more nutritious. Yeah, I get that sweet, sweet salt out of that one. Hey, what's up, Fixer Jake? Hello, hello. It's time to refill, says Mipso, yes. Avalbonus says, is there a hook in pre-commit that runs the test with PyTest? Not out of the box, kind of for two reasons, Avalbona. The first being that your dependencies will not be available when running pre-commit, and usually you need to have your thing under test installed or like other stuff available. And so usually it makes more sense to either like set up a make target or use like, you know, poetry to run it or other stuff like that. And you can use pre-commit to do that sort of stuff, but there's no like way that's going to work for everyone, so it doesn't make sense to have a, you know, distributed repository that does that. That said, I do have a repository that does run pre-commit, or does run PyTest as part of pre-commit. PyGrep hooks. I want to say it's in this repo. Where... No, this one. Where... Yeah, there is this run tests target, which will run the tests, and it uses additional dependencies to install the things that are necessary, so it pulls in PyTest and pulls in pre-commit, sorry, excuse me. It also has to do some special stuff, like make sure that it always runs, and avoid passing the file names. Do I need this? Oh yeah, I need this because it matches all files. Yeah. And that does work. Pre-commit will set up an environment and install those tools in it. GitHub pre-commit / pygrep hooks. Actually, just to show how this works, I have a little script in my in pre-commit.ci.builder.run that can take a repository. So this is kind of simulating how the CI system is going to work. But this will set up all of those environments. Looks like there's a lot of environments for pygrep hooks. And once it installs all these, this is kind of like the worst case scenario for pre-commit CI where nothing is cached. But the nice thing about how the cache is designed is anyone that runs against pre-commit CI will share a cache against everyone else. And so, because all of these things are immutable, and so it's really easy to just pull in cache, bits of cache from everywhere. But this is the worst case scenario, like completely cold CI system. But this should run properly, you know, knock on wood. I haven't done all that much testing with this. Rocker Time says, hey y'all, hello, hello, welcome. You've been here before, right? Your name looks familiar, welcome back. Sarcastic Dante says, no, I'm still depressed. Yeah, aren't we all, buddy? You know, COVID's really taken a toll on a lot of us. Mipso says, I'm looking, yours generates a readme. Yeah, that's another thing that it does here. So this does some readme generation as well to make sure that the list of hooks, so all of this, this section here is all generated based on the contents in this YAML file. So like these descriptions, fucking hate this YAML shit. Should really use the other one. I don't know why people do that. But yeah, you can see here that like I was able to run pre-commit CI against this repository. And so, you know, the build took 88 seconds and then we ran it. And if we were to run it again, you can see that the build succeeded immediately because everything was there. I guess it took one milliseconds. So But you can kind of see like the flow of how pre-commit.ci will eventually work. This is kind of just like an offline tester mode for this though. And it builds out, so store is simulating S3, so this is like a fake version of S3, and this database is simulating SQLite, or sorry, is simulating Dynamo. And I'll be able to swap the interfaces so that both of those work out that way. But you can see the storage here, and it kind of fakes the pre-commit environment, and then pre-commit grabs onto that and runs things. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question. A little bit roundabout way to go about it, but you can run PyTest here. So if I were to do pre-commit run, oh, you just see in this directory, pre-commit run tests verbose. It's reinitializing this because this only got initialized inside the container. So you can see that it is actually running PyTest behind the scenes, and there are 48 tests which pass. But if I don't pass verbose, you know, that gets hidden. It's interesting, the overhead in the Python interpreter doesn't show up in PyTest's output here. So this actually took 370 milliseconds, but PyTest only saw 140 milliseconds of that. That's actually pretty slow. Why is it so slow? What are we doing in here that is slow? We should just be running a bunch of regexes. This should be super quick. I like kitty. What? What? Is this supposed to be a pussy joke? I don't think that blames me, right? Get long dash G kitty. Yeah, it's whoever this person is. Anyway, hey, what's up, B Jonas? Welcome back. Good to see you again. What were we doing though? That's Nginx. That's chat. Oh, this is the worker. That's the app. Don't need this anymore. Oh, we were looking for the pull request creation. That was the next hook that I think actually the last hook that we need. The rest of them are just like meta hooks. So this is the pull request that I was going to create. Roller says, bonk girlfriends. Yes. Yeah, no problem, Avalon. Quit smoking cuck says, whoa, that split keyword is sweet. What is it? If you do bang keyboard, you can check out the link for this. It is the Kinesis Freestyle Pro. I still have not set up my Amazon affiliate link for this. I really need to do that so that if people purchase it from my stream, I get a kickback. But this keyboard was supplied to me by Kinesis. They were basically like, oh, we saw you stream with a keyboard cam. You know, if people, we'll send you a keyboard and people can ask questions about it and stuff. And I was like, cool, I'll take a free keyboard. Hey, what's up, Atari404? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Juice says, I tune in for like 5 seconds and I hear bonk girlfriends. I mean, that is what Rollers posted in the chat. Summersoft says it's fate then, I guess. Roller says, I was seeing if it was possible to chain commands. No, the bot's pretty dumb. It only has single dispatch of commands. And I think I'm probably going to keep it that way, because, you know, it works well enough, I guess. Juice says, be back later. Sounds good. B Jonas says, I just realized what that user interface thing was that I dislike. I keep seeing everywhere status messages that say operation finished as opposed to operation completed. They always scare me because it looks like failed at first glance. Oh yeah, because the big F. I can see that. Quit Smoking Kak says, that's very cool. How hard was it to get used to the split style? I've wanted to convert for a while, but I'm scared I'll hate it. Hey, what's up, Estudiante Pablo and Quit Smoking Kek? Thank you both for the follow. Oh, that's why things are so quiet, because my volume is real low. Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. So for me, I only really had to adjust for kind of 2 characters. One of them is the Y key, which I cheat and type with my left hand. And the other one is typing \n. I frequently do this. Well, of course, on an actual keyboard, it's, you know, just a small move to do \n. But beyond that, I mostly didn't really have to adjust to it. My first speed test on this, like, literally got this out of the box, set it up, did a type racer, and I got 97 words per minute. So I didn't really have to adjust much. Now, granted, I was hitting like 130 on my other keyboard, and I still have not quite gotten to that speed on this keyboard. But I don't know, 100 words per minute's pretty damn good. So I'm not really complaining about the slight decrease in speed, I guess. Summersoft says, interesting that it picked up the last command and not the first. For the bonk command? No, it picked up the bonk command, so it only matches at the beginning of the string for those commands, I think. Maybe? Oh, actually, it should be last one wins. If girlfriend would have worked, it would have said hi to Juicebox Hero, but it didn't do that. Sarcastic Dante says, I have 88 keys on my keyboard, Kappa. How many keys are on this keyboard? I know why you're saying that too. I know exactly why you're saying that. Does it say how many keys are here? I hope it's not 88. Oh, look at that. I wish I had gotten the browns. I have the reds. These are basically porn though. I'm not gonna count the keys. That's not happening. Is it in here? Oh well. Anyway. Mipso says, I have a type matrix with a French Dvorak. Oh. Paratroid says, I have browns and wish I got red. Damn, well, if you're in the Bay Area and you want to swap, hit me up. Folio Sir says, MX browns are nice, but after using the Model M for years, the firmer MX clears are my choice. I actually preferred clears to browns, but I don't think this keyboard comes in clears. But my other keyboard, if you do bang keyboard 4, I think, my other keyboard is clears. I really like my clears. They're really good. Quit Smoking Keck says, Zelius V2 Master Face. I am not familiar with that keyboard. Zelius keyboard. V2? Keyboard. Oh, it's a type of switch. Oh. What are they like? What do they sound like? Looks like there's a bunch of different types. Anyway, I have some like really clicky switches that I would never use on a keyboard, except for, I guess I use them on this keyboard. This little itty bitty keyboard. But they're super loud. But I don't actually know what they're called. But they're, because I bought them a long time ago and I don't know where the receipt is, but they're these little blue looking switch here. But they make a really loud noise. Oh, you can see it on both cameras. I put it in the right spot. So there we go. Anyway, they're real clicky. And I use that to make this 2-key keyboard, which has a dumb story. But I didn't put that in a video. I should put that in a video. So then I have a story for all my keyboards. Bang, video, idea, 2-key keyboard. Put that in the FAQ videos. B-John says, also note saved when I save a note on a normal phone because it looks like not saved. I see. Quit Smoking says, they're more like a refined brown switch, way less scratchy. I don't know if I'm familiar enough with switches to describe them as scratchy. Hey, what's up, Belgian Lion? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Mipso says a keyboard with a Control-Alt-Delete. Well, this doesn't have enough keys to do Control-Alt-Delete. Velsbird says, I got really clicky ones as well, and now I finally snapped and got a ducky with cherries. A what? I don't know what that means. Hey, what's up, Lollycove? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Good evening, says Belgian Lion. Alt F4, yeah, I could do an Alt F4 keyboard. Hey, what's up, Master Tech? Welcome back. Good to see you. What was I doing? Oh, we were gonna actually click the create button here once I was sure that I had the breakpoint in place. We do. Okay. So this should trigger a pull request create event. It may also trigger a push event. If it triggers a push event, then I don't need to do anything special here. That would be ideal if it triggers a push event. Hey, what's up, Prowins? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Go away, stupid fucking... God, I hate the Origin launcher. It's so annoying. I should just uninstall it. I haven't played a game on it in such a long time. Okay. But, let's click this button, see what happens. A client request is buffered to a temporary file. That's weird. It looks like we got 2 events. So this is one of the events. So let's look at the dashboard and see what happened here. If it sent a push event, then we don't need to do anything special here, and I can actually ignore pull requests, which would be really crazy cool, but also kind of weird. We'll implement some code there in a second. But yeah, let's look at the events we got here. This is the pull request open? No. Yeah, that's the PR opened one. Huh. I wonder what this event was. Unless that's this there, unless we only got one event here. What is 499? Oh, client closed. Yeah, because GitHub times out after some amount of time. Okay. Sarcastic Dante says, I have some Roamer G switches. Logitech specific, I guess. Oh, I see. Mipsa says it's an old joke keyboard. Oh, I see. Quitsmoking Kek says, I believe those keys on the 2 key are either Kali Box Navies or Box Jades. That actually sounds familiar. Yeah, no, this sounds familiar. Actually, I have both of these. I actually have the green ones too. Yeah, this looks like almost. I mean, the switches look exactly the same, but these are the blue ones. They're right there, and I also have the green ones. I don't remember what's different about the two. But yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head there. These are the Jades and these are the navies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're exactly right. Quit smoking kek. You have a absurd eye for. I'm actually gonna bookmark this because I always forget this. Bookmark this page. And this is also exactly where I bought them from, because I have them in the Novel Keys bag right here. But yes, that is precisely the switches I have. BJenner says, Cherries is an expensive brand of mechanical keyboard switches. Yes. Or, I mean, they're about the same price as all the other switches, as far as I've seen. Summersoft says Ducky equals Ducky 1 keyboards. Oh. Damn, that spacebar looks nice. Did you like how Chrome tried to translate it from Chinese when I opened the page? This keyboard looks nice. Hey, what's up, Kuala Lumpur? Welcome back. Good to see you. Hello, hello. KNGL says you can't ignore a pull request event. It could come from a fork. Yeah, that makes sense. But I was wondering if I got a push event for ref/pulls. It looks like I didn't. Although I'm gonna delete this pull request and see what happens here. Oh, it's up here. I guess we can just merge it. If we merge it, we should get an event from here. Merge, converge. We should get an event here. Oh, except the bot's not running, or the app's not running. Damn it. Okay, well anyway, that's fine. Let's delete this branch. We should get an event here as well for branch deletion, I think. Yep, and it should have not run anything. Cool. Okay, so we'll make a new pull request now. And try and intercept the data. Oh, I should have written the data out when that happened. Oh well, we're gonna have to create a bunch of fucking PRs for this. PRs have both a push and a PR event. Some of them do. Not all of them. I mean, it depends. I'm not sure that I get a push event from external PRs. Is the question here. Hoping it gets here soon, but it's still a pre-order. Oh, I see. It's Monkey Cat says cherry's quite expensive for what you get. Knockoff brands like Gatoron and Khaled took those keys and made them way better. I see. Bolioser says I'm a huge fan of 75%. Anything less, I always run into issues without having escape/delete at hand. I see. Oh, for like minimal keyboards. That makes sense. Rocker Time says I've been trying to buy the Ducky keyboards, sold out for over 4 months and not in stock for a minimum of 4 months. Oof. KNGL says you should use enter to reload the web app when the file changes. Do I have enter installed? I don't. I do have another way to do this with actually Flask has a built-in reloader. I could just reuse that. I could just use that. Flask reloader. Where's the API for this? Use reloader equals true. The problem with the reloader is it sometimes fucks the terminal, especially if it reloads in the middle of me debugging. So I actually think it's fine for me to just continually try back and forth. I know it's really annoying and sometimes I lose some of the events, but I think I'm actually just gonna keep doing this, even though I know it could be better, but yeah. So if we, oh, this doesn't actually create the pull request. We do get a payload. We do, I believe, ignore it. Yeah, looks good. And now we should get one for the pull request, and hopefully, maybe we'll get one for a push, but probably not. Yeah, we just got one for the pull request event. Okay, cool. That's fine. So I just need to instrument that. I wonder if I close this and reopen it if we get another event. Oh, we actually get closed event here. we get a closed event, which I think we can ignore. Holy fucking shit, this is a huge JSON blob. What in the actual fuck? Jesus. Why is it so big? Why is it so chunky? Payload PR closed.json. It's a big boy right there. Psychosick Dante says, interesting, did you know regarding keywords, bootloaders have to enable the 20-bit on the address bus, and one of the ways to do that on some old motherboards was via the PS2 controller. Completely unrelated, but I guess a pin is a pin. Interesting. I know that when I was flashing this guy here, I had to do some special stuff with connecting a particular reset pin so that I could trigger the bootloader. I know that's not the same, but it's slightly similar. Hey, what's up, Cat Peasant? Hello, welcome back. Captain says, good afternoon, 105 viewers. Oh man, we broke 100 today. That's great. Yeah, my stream's been picking up a lot recently. I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, we hit 100 today without raids, so that's pretty legit. Sarcastic Dante says that's what she said. But let's see, grep-v URL. Let's see what's in this. Oh, we need quotes. That's why that didn't work. Hey, what's up, GTO 2014? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sarcastic Dante, you just bonked yourself. Damn. Hey, what's up, Lude79x? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, because it includes the repo and the base of the underlying thing, so that's why it had all that information. And the target repository? Repository's in there twice for some reason. Anyway, I don't think we need that event. But hopefully... well, actually, we might be able to short circuit on that. Web app here, close. To do cancel in flight. We can probably just ignore it. Or maybe just ignore. Actually, let's just put this down here. To do, we can maybe cancel in-flight PRs. PR runs. But probably not. Like, I honestly don't see much point for that. Okay, so let's see if we open a PR, what data we get here. I think reopening should trigger this, hopefully. Hey, what's up? Lude97 again, and Aziz Wilhelm, welcome back. Hello. Good to see you again. So if we run this again, if I reopen this pull request, hopefully that will trigger that again. Reopen. Oh, we got a different event. We got reopened. Request.json. So let's save this event off. It's gonna be another chunky one. Looks like it's another chunky one. We still haven't gotten the original pull request blob because I screwed up. PR reopen.json. So I'm gonna have to make a whole new PR to get the open one. I think that I'm gonna need to use the same open and reopen to do the same logic, but I want to confirm that they're the same body first. So web app. To this should re-trigger. And probably ignore for now. Actually, I think we can completely ignore reopen. For now. To this should re-trigger. For now, ignore it. Because often a lot of people will reopen, or close and reopen a PR to actually. I think we'll be able to just double decorate this PR opened here. I don't know, I'm going back and forth on this. Because the common workflow is to close and reopen a PR to re-trigger all the checks. Not all CI systems implement that, but I think it's kind of the best practice there. Quit Smoking says, ideally one day I'll be able to comprehend code. For now, I've been using Code Academy, which seems pretty good. Yeah, my code is also, I'm also doing some complicated shit here. Like, these decorators are a little bit too clever for their own good. So, I don't know. I think, like, getting to the point where you can comprehend code is not so tricky. Catherine says, are you working on your pre-commit as a service? Yes, and it's actually kind of working. I can actually show you it kind of working. If we, this is the like runner worker that right now is just sitting in a spin loop. But if I merge this PR, we'll actually trigger a run of this job. So this is the webhook server that's listening for events, and you'll see that it ran pre-commit. It doesn't write to the commit statuses yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly progressing. Cat Peasant says, more magic, more tragic. It simplified one thing, made one thing more complicated. I felt like it was fine. But, ooh, my neck is still messed up, so. Delete the branch, that triggers this, so we don't care about it. But now we need to make another pull request so that we can finally capture that output. Did somebody watch this repo? Oh, it's me, okay. Catherine, I noticed that you followed my, test account on GitHub. I saw this. I thought that was funny. Okay, but if we add another bang here. Oh, actually, we already added bangs, right? More bang! And if we make this pull request, so this should trigger some events here, but doesn't actually do anything. Summersoft says, are you actually committing back to the repo/PR or just updating the check status? So the first thing that I want to get working is just updating the check status, but yes, committing back to the PR, just pull request, not the actual branches. Committing back to the pull request is planned. Catherine says, I followed right when you told us about it. I just wanted to see what's going on. Oh, it makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, so this is the other tab. Sorry, let me close some of these tabs since we already talked about these things. Cool. All right. Ubram says, why are you so popular with the ladies and thunk? What is that supposed to mean, Ubram? Alright, click, create pull request. So this should trigger this. Print JSON dumps, flask, request JSON indent equals 2, 1, 2. Payload PR open.json. And let's see what's different between open and reopen. That's not what I want to do. Diff-u. No such file. What? Oh, I can't spell. Damn it! Oh, and then both of these are spelled wrong. Man, I'm just all over the place today. So we're gonna do some sed magic. 2020 07 13 dot star this to we're gonna normalize all the dates so those aren't different. Sample request, payload, PR, reopen. And then we need to substitute pull/3/ to pull/2/. Do that as well. Pull/2/. And then we'll substitute this. We don't actually care about the SHA. A to F 0 to 9 40. We need to put this in both of them. Sed! All of the sed! Oh, I forgot the S. Sed-R, I think? This command is getting worse and worse. Hey, what's up, Least Competitive? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Looks like we can actually get rid of this slash here. And we need to get rid of issues. Issues to issues. Somehow this looks like it's wrong. But we also need another one of these set expressions for pull, singular. I'm hoping that these end up being almost identical at the end. Oh, interesting. Merge commit SHA is not the same for open, but reopen has one. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, but it looks like they're essentially the same. So I can just trigger, I can send both of those events to the same handler, which is good. Summersoft says, then yes, you'll need to give checks permissions on the app and handle check suite and check run. I don't think I need to handle those. I think I just need to, because I'm not running checks. I am the check. Zyzip says, did you see that Torvalds made a commit and pull request on the coding style for the kernel? He's following Microsoft/GitHub's way and suggesting not to use master. I did see that. I did see that. Which is a huge step in the right direction for that dude, because he has been not the most receptive to that sort of stuff in a while. Juice says, oh no, I left a meeting, tune back in and see Anthunk is popular with the ladies. Juicebox Hero backs out of the stream slowly. Hey, what's up, Azavaza? Welcome back. Tubeworm says he is frickin' snack. With only 2 C's, Tubeworm? Man, I see. Tubeworm says my Anthunk brings all the boys to the yard too. Oh, whoa. G says I gotta go. Hey, what's up, Jordy V? Oh, it's the drop song, yes! Welcome to the stream, Jordy V. Good to have you. Summersoft says, don't you need a check run established in order to update it? No, you can set a commit status. I don't think I need checks to do commit statuses. There's checks and commit statuses and they're separate. Checks are the newer thing, commit statuses are the older one, which I'm pretty sure I only need a commit status. At least for version 1, I'm only gonna do commit statuses. G says bunked Tubeworm. Hey, what's up, Broken King? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Bunked straight to Horny Jail. Sarcastic Donnie says, yeah, I'm gonna rename all the main branches to master if they change that. I see. Proggy Head says, OMG, the song I'm looking for in the playlist. Oh yeah. Here, I'll give you a link to it. But yes, this song is so good. It's real good. Summerstuff says, okay, yes, the status is separate. Yeah, I think I only care about status for this. I may add actual checks later, because I think I could use the output to annotate particular lines of code, although I find that checks are just kind of really shittily implemented in GitHub, so like, I don't know. I really don't like checks APIs, personally, but that's just me. Okay, cool. But I've determined that I can handle both of these events in the same thing. So, that's cool. So we just put this here. Actually, I do need to handle those separately, because open is going to do the actual creation part, and reopen is just going to... I guess I could just make them both idempotent. Sure. Summersoft says, if you're not actions, yes, the UI is horrible, markdown only. Yeah, it's fucking gross. Fucking gross. Sarcastic Dundee says, people shouldn't be offended by words themselves, it's the context that matters. I agree. I think context is important. Tech TV says, man, the split keyboards, I know a few people that use them and it breaks my brain. This keyboard is actually not super brain breaking if you type reasonably close to touch typing. Which I don't, but it still doesn't break my brain. But yeah. For now, I'm gonna put a little thing in here that prevents other people from spamming this, because I really don't want you guys arbitrarily executing code on my computer, which you would now be able to as soon as I set this up, but yeah. Yes. Payload, PR, open. Okay, so I've learned a thing that I can do now. grep-v URL this and that. That'll get rid of all the annoying URL fields. And then I believe I can do babby dash to have it open this. Oh, look at that. Fucking fancy babby shit. But yeah, I learned that Nano could do that, and so I implemented it for babby, which is pretty cool. Here's some Cool Night 88. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Although it doesn't have the JSON highlighting, which is a little bit annoying, but yeah. Parsis says, relatively few people know what context is at the first place. Yeah. Catherine says, it's a nice break for your hands to be in a more natural position. Indeed. Fenhav says, would you still want to work for Fang if the salaries were average US level? You mean like average tech salaries? Would I want to work for Fang? Well, I don't want to work for Fang in the first place, so... so no. But... yeah, I guess that answers the question. Turum says, that face one, you just want police reform and instead you get black squares on Twitter, some dude removed from a rice pack, and a drum circle. Yeah. I've been a little bit disappointed with the actual, like, the actionable response from BLM and stuff. Like, I support, like, police reform and all the other stuff, and, like, I don't really give a fuck about changing master branches, for instance. But anyway, okay, so if data pull request user login not in Acetilly or Acetilly 2 return actually, I mean, we don't need to abort here, but that'll prevent you guys from messing with me, hopefully. But what do we need to do? We need to trigger this. We need to trigger that. Queuing.enqueue run.fifo repository. So we need... do we have a repository key? Can we use the same thing? Yeah, repository owner. Why is this different than... why the fuck? Why is it login here, but it's name there? Are you fucking kidding me, GitHub? Why would they do that? That's so dumb. This is totally gonna look like a bug to anyone else reading this code. That these are different. They're so close to being the same too. They're so close to being the same. GM Knight says, just FYI, CPython 3.8.4 was out 9 hours ago. Oh, did I miss the update again? You can start running that in the background. Oh, it's here, but they didn't run a news entry for it. Does that mean they botched the release? It looked like the full release is up. Why didn't I get a tweet about this? Is that his Twitter? Oh. 39 minutes ago. I guess he just forgot to tweet it. Okay, well, we can do that in a sec too. So I can update the branches for that. Reject police, embrace yeehaw. Yes. KNGL says use repository / full name. So this is different. This value here is supposed to be the username or the organization name, and I'm using this to do a limited queue. So basically, I'm making it so I can only run one at a time from a particular organization for the free version. And so that's what this value is. This is the group name. And I am actually using full name for the actual repo name in the value here. But I need to fill out essentially the same data here. Commit. I wonder if I can fetch that commit. We'll try it, see what happens. And we can grab the other fields that we know about. Installation ID, data installation ID. Dante says, you can only have one hook in a local repo? No, you can have as many hooks. You can also have as many local repos as you want. For instance, the one we looked at earlier has 2 local hooks. Pre-commit config. Yeah, so like there's 2 local hooks here. 1, 2. You can also repeat this repo as many times as you want. There was an example in the pre-commit issue tracker a couple days ago. No. This one. Yeah, so this one has 1 repo local here and another repo local down here. I don't know why they did that, but it does work. You can repeat it as many times as you want. But yeah, you can repeat that. How do I get the SHA? That's the base SHA. Where's the merge commit that it makes? Oh, that's what I was looking for. Merge commit SHA. Why is that null? Merge commit SHA GitHub API. Either the merge will can be true, false, or null. GitHub has started the background job. Oh. Value of this depends on the state of the pull request. Before merging a pull request, this holds a SHA of the test merge commit. Huh. So I think that's what I want to pull down to actually run the check. Tricky. You guys playing with commands? Dante says, oh, the dash wasn't aligned, that's why it crashed. I see. Hey, what's up, C-Chana? Hello, welcome back. Tuprim says, yamled. Yeah. Fucked by YAML yet again. Suika says, hi in there, Code. Last time you streamed, you mentioned that your typing bottleneck is actually your reading speed. I'm making a typing app and was thinking of implementing a typing drill that hides the current word, maybe +1. This will force you to look ahead when you type. I'll add show text if you type the wrong character too. Do you think this would help get you past that bottleneck or no? I'm not sure. I don't know. Because, like, I don't... don't think playing tricks with the like hiding stuff will make me read faster. I think I'll still have problems with reading. But I don't know. Especially on Type Racer, it's very like up and down looking. I'm much faster when I type like the words that come out of my brain. But yeah, I mean that's just I guess my problem with the typing tests is like they're not coming out of my brain. They're going into my eyeballs, then I'm thinking about them, and then I'm spewing them out. But hey, what's up, Wow So Clutch? Hello, hello. Jenna says, wondering as an ML engineer primary using Python, what other languages I should branch out to, in your opinion? I'm leaning towards Go for infrastructure and networking related stuff, but C# could also be useful as it's used for our test harnesses. I mean, I don't know. Go might be like if it's going to be beneficial to your work, like learn the languages around you is usually my advice there. If you're just trying to learn something for yourself, like I don't know, pick something that sounds interesting and go for it. Superm says, I've used some weird word appearing thingy and it was pretty fast. There are some of those like, there's like this thing that teaches you to read faster by doing some like special appearances of words and stuff. So you might be able to do something like that, Suiku. I've definitely seen those ones where like my normal reading speed was, I don't know, 60 words per minute or something like that, or 100 words per minute. And after playing with that app, I could read like 200 or 300 a minute. But just if I was using that special app, but I don't know. Also, Clutch says, the secret to typing faster is playing video games in the dark so you can't see your keyboard. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Also, Clutch says, reading faster and reading retention are also different things. That's true. I don't know, like getting a word into my eyeballs and then out of my fingers. I'm much slower at that than just like getting words out of my fingers. Snooster says, if someone, i.e. me, wanted to learn Python, what would be the best resource? So I have a video that kind of talks about this in general. It's aimed more generically at just like programmers, but it has some specific advice for Python. So if you check out this video, you can read through some of that, or you can watch that and see my thoughts on this. Okay, so I guess I'm not going to have access to that merge commit, which makes me wonder how other CI systems do this. I could run it against the not merged branch, but that seems wrong. I wonder, I guess I could look at how other things do this. Pre-commit slash... Oh, it'd be nice if I typed the right URL. Pre-commit polls. Sure, we'll just look at this one. So I guess Johnny says, what if I run this on your CI? So Firefox is not going to be installed in the container, so this is just gonna, Firefox not found. But yeah, so nothing, because it runs in a container. Also at runtime, it's not gonna have access to the network, so I've thought about this a lot already. Sarcastic Dante. Also Clutch says RGB keyboards are handicapped. Yeah. Summerstuff says the official Python tutorial is actually pretty good. It isn't recommended enough. I find that the official tutorial, I don't know, I find that it's a little bit too verbose, but it's, I don't know, it has good content. It's just like kind of dry, maybe. Just Hero says Antoine looks sleepy. Yeah, I didn't get enough sleep last night, which is not great, but yeah, I'm a little bit tired. That's why I keep yawning, but Summerstuff says, did the chat font just change or am I crazy? I don't know. It looks the same to me, but I didn't refresh, so it could be that it changed. Hey, what's up, Riddleman? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I assume that's a play off of Ritalin, which I used to take. Hey, Hey, what's up, M Marking? M Marking? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully your day is going well. Masala says Python on Windows 10 or Linux, which is easier to learn or the same on both? I know that Python comes pre-installed on many Linux operating systems. On Windows, you have to manually install it. I find that Python on Linux is a little bit easier to use, but it does work well in Windows as well. There will be some things that'll be slightly different, but... Ethan says, you can totally run Firefox in a container. Yes, I have run Firefox in a container. Do you mean that you aren't going to have Firefox in the container? Indeed. I'm not going to install Firefox in the container, because there's literally nothing that you would use it for in a pre-commit hook. Marking says, is it possible for me to still learn how to code even though I suck at math? Yes. I would say that I don't do much math at all when I write code. Very little of it is math. You know, there's counting, there's a little bit of number theory. But yeah, you can be an okay programmer, or you can be a great programmer without being good at math. Wazaglash says, unless you want to make games, then you would need some math. Yeah, that's true. There are some places in programming where you need math, but it's not necessary for alt programming. Wazaglash says, I spent all day fighting with trying to make a bash script portable between a Linux environment and a Unix 95 environment. Why would you do such a thing? That just sounds like a fucking pain in the ass. Okay, so the latest commit here is we're in here. Where is it? Okay. This is the latest commit, 9D4FE. And let's see what CI ran against. My assumption is it ran against the merge commit. But yeah, so it ran against the merge commit, which is 2CE93E9. Interesting. What to do here? Because making the merge commit could be non-trivial. My guess is I need another queue that spin loops on this until it's available and uses the PR API, wherever that is. When you create or edit a pull request, GitHub creates a merge commit to test whether it can be automatically merged. Do not depend on using Git directly or that API for updates to merge Git refs because this content becomes outdated without warning. Consuming API needs to explicitly request a pull request to create a test merge commit. Test merge commit is created when you view the pull request in the UI and the merge button is displayed, or when you get, create, or edit a pull request using the REST API. Without this request, the merge Git refs will fall out of date until the next time someone views the pull request. If you're currently using polling methods that produce outdated merge Git refs, then GitHub recommends using the following steps to get the latest changes from the base branch. Receive the pull request webhook. Okay, this is exactly what I want. Call this to start the background job for creating the merge commit candidate. Pull your repository using that to see if the mergeable attribute is true or false. You can use Git directly or that for updates to merge Git refs only after performing the previous steps. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. So we probably need multiple queues for this. Probably need multiple queues for this. Fixer Jake says, man, Azure's great, but damn, it is so confusing trying to set up pipelines. Yeah, I find that, like, Yeah, the UI is super fucking clicky. It's really annoying. But I don't know. I think once I figured out how to do one thing, it works really well after that. Clutch says, because we have some old Unix machines in our environment. I'm sorry. That sucks. Ethan says, uh-oh, my server isn't allocating a TTI when I SSH in. That sounds bad. What is your server? B. Jonas says, Python is pretty good on Windows. You can use it well on either. Plus, if you need to access Windows-specific stuff, you can use Win32 API. Yes. People tell me all the time how great real Unix is. They lie, though. Yeah. These competitors says, what do you mean by number theory? Do you mean discrete, dealing with binary and all that? I mean, like, discrete math and, like, set theory and that sort of stuff, which I find that I use occasionally. Occasionally. We compiled Python for Unix 95, so we could use Ansible. Oh no. What's my obsec says, soon you'll have 25 stuffed animals on your bed too. I have 4 right now. Although some of them are on the floor, because that's where they were, and I didn't send them up. But yes, maybe someday I will have... I don't think I'll ever have 25. That seems a little bit excessive. Miss Markey says, I don't know much about coding, but I did do some C# in school, and my teacher told me that math for a programmer is very important. I guess he lied. Thanks for answering my question. Yeah, no problem. Oh, Juice says, yeah, he already asked for it. My main issue is Azure DevOps isn't seeing I have an Azure subscription, even though it's the exact same Microsoft account that owns them. Microsoft's account situation for Azure is awful. It's so bad. I found that when I need to log into Azure Pipelines, I sometimes need to log in like 3 or 4 times just for it to figure out that I'm actually logged in, which is obnoxious. Ethan says, personal code server. I have an OpenTMX session, but when I split pane, it isn't giving me a shell. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Fix Jake says, in games, matrix math and linear algebra helps a lot. Yeah, in games you'll need math. Sala says, are there any portal or website to learn algorithms and try them? I don't know. Personally, I don't know. Hinting that Juicebox Hero is successive, Juice says, they are technically all mine. That is true. They are technically Juicebox Heroes plushies. They just happen to live in my house. Yes. God, this sounds annoying. Yeah, but I guess we can do this. So instead of run.fifo, we will do... Actually, I don't need to limit this one, do I? We would probably need a bunch of queue workers for this. Although it should be pretty fast, I guess. Also, Clutch says Longcat is pretty good. Great, yeah. His name is Noodle. What's up, Absec says, why do you need to learn algorithms? I don't think you do necessarily. I think you can mostly adapt them. Although some of the like very basic algorithms are good to know in general. Juice says, they don't happen to live in your house. You bought them and had them sent to your house so that I would come over to visit them. It's true. You brought one over though, so it's not entirely... it's not entirely true. Monday's Dusk says, Project Euler can be good for algorithms. Yes, that's pretty good. Least Competitive says, read number theory. Oh phew, got a bit scared. Number theory was a super hard theoretical course. Yeah, I mean, my discrete math and my, you know, numbers stuff was probably some of the more thinky bits of my CS degree, but you know, some of them is actually useful. Some of the parts of it are actually useful, I think. Okay. Pull for commit.fifo. Actually, this is gonna not be a FIFO. Oh, so I'm gonna have to implement queuing algorithms that are not FIFO. But I can also just simulate non-FIFO by giving it a random group ID. like so. Oops, excuse me. But we need to pass along all this information. So we don't have the commit yet. We do have the installation ID. We do have the owner, which is data repository owner login. We don't have. Oh, we do have the ref. No, we don't have the ref. Repo ID. Repository ID. And full name. And we also need to include the PR number. Yes. PR is data pull request. Pull request number. How many commas here? To do set PR status. Yeah, I think so. Sala says, what does my life come to? A 30-year-old getting basic info on how to learn programming? Oh god. I mean, yeah. What's my OPSEC says, discrete math hard, it's just set theory, dumpster fire, bye. I'm not saying the discrete math parts were the difficult parts. The, you know, the, what was the class called? 376 was the number. I remember because I cursed that class. Inks 376. Emish. Foundations of computer science. Yeah, so this was not just, you know, number theory and set theory stuff, but it was also like, you know, finite automata and like NP complete, NP hard, transforming, SAT, like all those sorts of things. So it was, you know, it was non-traditional programming to me. So it was not like, I mean, it wasn't hard for me. It was just like not the normal stuff. Marky says, the keyboard looks so uncomfortable for use. Why do you torture yourself like this? It's actually super comfortable. So it's propped up like this, and basically your hands rest very nicely on it. It's actually super comfy. Like more comfortable than my other keyboard that I use. But Monday's Dusk says something something. A monad is simply a monoid in the category of endofunctors. Yeah. Least competitive says bye. Are you saying bye to me or bye to what's in my OPSEC? Either way. Thank you for stopping by. I'm just gonna go in a corner and sleep thinking and staring at the void. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing that's kind of annoying about this is I need to generate the token here. But yeah. What the fuck is this? Oh, recruiter spam. Recruiter spam. That's done there. Suika says, is your typing speed the same for that keyboard compared to your last one? No, I'm faster on my other keyboard. I'm actually a little bit slower on this keyboard. But about 10 to 15 words per minute slower. So I can consistently hit 100 on this keyboard, and I consistently hit like 110 or 120 on that other keyboard. I top out at like 130, 140 on the other keyboard, and I top out at like 125 on this one. But it's pretty close to the same. Okay, so we need to make a worker for this. This queue should be... actually, we do want this to be a FIFO queue. FIFO queue, but... I have a queue for uniqueness, but don't care about order. I think. That's all. Sign off. Nice chatting and learning some things. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around. Ooh, that's a nice emote, Angeline X. I like that one. I need to import UID. I do. Okay, but we need to make a commit or a worker for this. Doing that API. Also, we need to trigger the initial this thing. So we need to make a token. Hey, what's up, Fenrir Willow? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we need to upgrade our token by doing what this thing does.
The plushie behind you is cute and terrifying.
Ethan says the plushie behind you is cute and terrifying. Yes. This is Noodle. Noodle is a very, very long boy. He's very new, but welcome Noodle. I got Noodle I think yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday, something like that. But yes, a little bit terrifying.
Plushie exposition PLS.
Okay, do you want to see it? Do you guys want to see the 4 plushies? We can see the 4 plushies. We can have an exposition. What does the stream come to? This is Rexy. This is everyone's least favorite plushie. He's a little dinosaur. He's got these derpy little teeth here, and he's always angry. Rexy is always angry. That's Rexy. Then we got Noodle. Noodle is a very, very long boy. Very, very long boy. But he's also a little bit lumpy in like weird ways. So like he's got some like growths here. I assume that'll like, you know, even out as Noodle gets fondled, or so to speak. I'm trying. It actually took me a long time to get Noodle to balance here, so let's see if I can. Oh, it was easy that time. And then we have Lola. I think Lola is probably my favorite, but Lola's little kitty who has a belly button that may also be a butthole, but it would be in the wrong spot. But that's Lola. Or Rora, as she's also known as. I really like Lola. And then this is Katie, who is always sleeping, perpetually sleeping Katie, but Katie's kind of chunky. But yeah, those are the plushies. Hey, what's up? CFD is life. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Muscle Clutch says, almost looks like the Bubble Bobble dinosaurs. I don't know what that is. Proggy Head says, Anthony shows noodles. Least Combative says, hi Noodle, long and strong. Suika says, what is this from? Oh, the plushies? The internet? To Amazon? Sarcastic Dante says, Python 3.9 is still in beta. Yes, it's at beta 4 right now. Monday Stuff says, apropos of nothing, I finally gotten to the point in my Vim journey that I don't feel pressure to move back to VS Code, and I partially attribute that to watching you torture yourself with Nano. No shade. I don't use Nano anymore. We're using Babby now. Oh hey, thank you Woody NYH for the subscription with Twitch Prime. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is Babby. This isn't Nano, but I did used to use Nano. I still type Nano on the keyboard, but yeah. Noodle Fondler, he admits it. Suiku says, I like Lola the most too. I'm glad you agree with me, Suiku. PewWTD says, I have similar ones. Also, welcome back, Pew. Good to see you again. Mr. King says, I'll be starting college in October for informatics and computing, but I was kind of bad. I was kind of a bad student in high school, so I would like to have some knowledge beforehand. And what would be one of the classes would be programming. So what language would you recommend for me to learn? I actually go over that in this video. This this one here that I've given out in chat I think 3 times this stream. But my recommendation would be to start in a language that's easy to learn. So probably something like, you know, Python, JavaScript, Ruby, etc. Those types of like dynamic, easier languages. You know, Java is another, you know, candidate there, although Java is a little bit clunky and maybe a little bit harder because you have to work with types and stuff. But yeah, this video also goes into like a little bit more details about Python specific advice and how to get motivated and stuff like that. Juicebox Hero says, showing off the whole fam like a proud plushie daddy. Yes, I am the plushie daddy. Wazza Clutch says, it's a game. Oh, I see. Monday's Dusk says, long, long cat. Yes, indeed. Which is a reference, if you guys don't know that. But I didn't know that for the longest time, and then someone brought it up on, I think it was a Yogscast stream, where I was watching, and they were like, someone else on the stream didn't know what Long Long Man was, and so they looked up Long Long Man. It's actually a very interesting set of adverts, but anyway. Woody says, thanks for your YouTube videos. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to make them. They're pretty easy for me to make, so they're very similar to my Twitch content where I'm just like, you know, answering questions. So I figured I could, you know, re-record them and re-upload them and make videos out of them. It works out pretty well. Hey, what's up, Shoddy? How's it going? Hello, hello. Welcome back, friend. Good to see you again. Mr. King says, thanks for your help. I'll watch the video. Sounds good. Mouse Clutch says, I used to have a ferret. They look like long cats. Nice. Oh, is Juice linked the long man video? Yes. Oh, is this the whole thing? We don't need the volume. Oh, actually we do. But anyway, that's basically the entire idea of this thing is just this girl obsessing over this man chewing this candy thing. That's Long Long Man. There is a twist at the end though, so I won't spoil it, but the end is a twist, I guess. But Summersoft says, ferrets are awesome. Correction, other people's ferrets are awesome. The Japanese have weird commercials, yeah. Nix says, why are there 2 keyboards? They're actually, I mean, there's 2 half keyboards and then another keyboard here and another keyboard here. We've got so many keyboards today. But it's a split keyboard. This is the Kinesis Freestyle Pro. If you do Bang keyboard, you can check that out. Long Long Man has got it going on for sure, says Juice. Bonk. Remake it with Noodle. Long, long cat. Anyway. I think we need to access polls read. Let me figure out where that is. I gotta do this so it doesn't show my creds, because GitHub apps. Oh wait, it told me what I needed, right? Where's the... No, it doesn't tell me what I need. Which thing do I need to request this? Enable for GitHub apps. No, just tell me what scope I need. Is there not a pull request? They're not ordered in any way, which is really annoying. Contents. Issues. It's not issues. Pull requests. Okay, I think I need read of pull requests. Sorry, I'm looking at this off screen because unfortunately this sucks. Fuck. Is it maybe part of sample request, payload, new permissions? Is it listed in here? Pull request, okay. That's what I want. We want read on pull request. Hopefully that's sufficient. Oh, and install will be this. And I just noticed I forgot a comma there. And the repo ID. Oh, this, I noticed there's a typo here. Good thing I'm checking this. I should also link to this thing. Put this back up here. Woody MH says, have you made a Star Quarks video that I may have missed on YouTube? I think I did one video on unpackings, but I haven't done one about function arguments. I do plan to do that at some point, but you can check out this one here. And it's in my list of videos that I want to make at some point. Scratch, wiki. Yeah, so I guess I have one for splats. So I guess this video does have that in there. But I do mean to do another one about packings, which is the opposite of unpackings. Monday's Dust says, got any keyboard macros to show off? Not yet. I have not customized this in much way at all. This one does background, the editor. That's the only one that I accidentally hit all the time. But yeah. Parkhead says, Anthony, do you have any idea how to test if JWT authentication works well on Python or testing any API in general? At least for this API, there are test endpoints for GitHub, and so I've just been hitting those test endpoints and figuring out whether I get the right response back. GitHub is actually very good about telling you what's wrong in the response. Well, kind of good about it. I spent a bunch of time on Saturday being real confused about the API response there, but I did eventually figure it out after Googling the error message. But yeah, Mouse Clutch says it's getting pretty dark out. I think a big storm is coming. Man, I wish there was a thunderstorm here. Missed thunderstorms. Hey, what's up, Ire Karasu and Time Traveler? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Juice says this commercial is like all of Japan's sexual repression perfectly represented at 6 minutes. Mr. King says, is Linux that much better for coding than Windows? I prefer it personally, but I think you can get code done on either platform. I just prefer Linux myself. Aziz says, just subscribe to your YouTube channel as well. Keep it up. Thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Time Traveler says, I want to learn Python. Unfortunately, I have a video that gives you some ideas on how to get started. I'm so glad I made this video because I feel like I link this a lot in chat. Vascoglitch says, I wrote a micros JWT/auth provider in Python. It's not published publicly at the moment though. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm using PyJWT. It works pretty well. Vascoglitch says, I'm feeling pretty sleepy today. So am I. So am I. Okay, so we need to get this token, and then we need to hit that endpoint once. Hit this endpoint once to trigger the background job. GitHub API get pull request headers equals GitHub API.at headers. It says access token headers. That comment in the wrong spot. Pull request equals this. So we can just do that, and the repo full name. Here our queue. Trigger our background pulling queue for merge commit status. Cool. Fixer Jake says, on the platform thing, just because of the way .NET is, it's much easier to do it on Windows, but they're expanding with .NET Core in future, consolidating all of .NET into one cross-platform framework. Yeah, it's pretty much already there, from what I've worked with it. Wasselgotch says, it isn't something just for generating JWTs, it's like a full auth provider. Oh, that makes sense. Cool. Nice. Fixer Jake says, plus on Linux or Mac, the .NET CLI works great for building and testing and such. Yes. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a full auth provider. Nice. Awesome. Here he says, I'm just trying to learn networking and Linux. I can read. Say I'm real bad about reading. Nice. That's great. What are you planning to work on with that? Mr. Gang says, geez, that's a lot of code. You must work on a pretty big project. I work on a lot of projects. I have like 60-something thing published to PyPI. This is a project for building a CI system, so if you want to check out more about that, you can do bang project and look at that. .NET Core is cross-platform, but doesn't have the full feature set. Oh, that makes sense. Cool. Nice. Sounds good. Okay, so I think this is what I need to do here. To set PR status. Yeah, we'll need to do the actual status stuff. It's there. But yeah, let's start building this queue worker. I'm kind of bummed that I'm going to need so many different workers here. But it makes sense. Fast Cache Coding says, any Python tutors? I mean, I make tutorial content on YouTube, but I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily a tutor. -20 this to PR worker. Oh, I can just pass this token along as well. That way I don't have to re-retrieve this. Token equals data token. I know we need the token. I know we need the repo name. And I know we need the PR. And we need to hit this endpoint. I need to implement this function too. what's up, Dejastic? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully your day's going well. Mine's going pretty well. And yeah, so what do we have to pull for? See if the mergeable attribute is true or false. Okay. We'll see what that does. If name equals main, exit main. Wifix says, dude, your keyboard is broken. Yeah. Time Traveler says something in German. I don't know German, so we're going to translate this. Something like, what programming language is this? Oh. Sure as shit. This is Python. But it's Python with type annotations, so it looks a little bit weird. Mr. King says, instructions unclear, somehow deleted system 32. Monday's Dusk says, are you gainfully employed in these trying times? No, I was laid off from Lyft about 2 months ago. Yeah. She says, I kind of want to make a compilation of the 20 plus times someone has made the keyboard broken joke. If you want to splice my videos together, if you want to make a quick compilation, I can give you the source videos, Juice, and you could do that if you want. I can also give you the timestamps in chat too, so you can roughly line them up with the videos, would maybe make it easier. But yeah, I mean, if you want to, let's make it happen. Am I gonna regret this, sarcastic.a? Oh, it's a Python! It's a Python! Money says, rip, I'm sorry to hear that. Didn't mean to drag it up if it was painful. No, it's fine. I was actually kind of happy because it meant that I got severance and it's given me some time to work on my own projects. And, you know, the thing that I'm working on right now, I really wouldn't have had time to do it while also employed. I guess I could have in my free time, but like, meh. It's a big project. I've grossly underestimated how large it is. Also, I've had a lot more time to stream and like work on open source and like, you know, have some fun, I guess. I mean, as much fun as you can have during COVID, but so I don't know, in some ways, I'm kind of happy about it. Ethan says, my girlfriend just started learning Python for a summer course and wants to use type annotations in her homework. Nice. Imagine if they run it on Python 2 and it's like, no, no. Vanessa says, you're clearly killing it with Twitch 100 plus viewers. Yeah, my channel has been popping off. I'm super proud of it. It's been growing, and I'm very excited about the progress that I've made. Juice says, we have fun. We do have fun, Juice Ox Hero. That's true. That is true. We do have a lot of fun. Lisa Meadows says, project size is an unknowable frontier. It's true. I kind of had like some idea of the scope, but like I didn't realize how fucking complicated GitHub apps are, for instance. Sarcastic Dante has bonked Juicebox Hero. And then Juice is like, why am I boxing? Well then. Mr. Jake says, I love the story about the author of The Martian. Andy were getting severance. He was laid off from AOL and forced to sell his shares at the time. They just happened to be at their all-time high. Damn, that's good. Mr. King says, wait, Python 2? They made a second one? Summerstuff says, deserved, don't question. And Juice says, I hate it here. Everything is more fun with the rollers. Yes. Hey, what's up? Anyewe... Sorry, I butchered that, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully your day's going well. It's a Python! What was I doing? Oh, I think we're gonna trigger one of these and see what happens. Flakate FG, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Flakate PR worker. We don't need subprocess or temp file or run. We do need the GitHub API. And we don't need to give it any permissions, I think. We do need to give it permissions. Actually, I don't think it needs the permissions, but it imports them, so we will give it permissions anyway. Okay, so that's all hooked up. Let's run this. And I can actually close and reopen the pull request, which is exactly what I was talking about being convenient earlier, so that's good. Close this. Need that. Close this. We may need that. Okay, so we're going to close this PR. That should send a webhook that we're going to ignore. And then we're going to reopen. Oh, but this will already have the merge thing. Huh. I guess that's fine. Reopen. Unprocessable entity. Shit. Is it time for the income inequality chat, says Monday's Dusk. Yes, abolish billionaires, etc., right? Anye Wenyi says, awesome trying the name. Cheers to your transition. Glad to have found the channel. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you like the content. I appreciate you following. It's good to have you. Westclutch says, the store is about to start. Nice. Stevo Bandito, welcome back, Stevo Bandito. You said something earlier and I just missed it. Oh, you said fun is required. Welcome back to the stream. Something, eat the rich. Indeed. Nom nom. But we gotta figure out why this is unprocessable entity. Probably because I passed the wrong. Github has super fiddly about these, about the HTTP accept header. So let's see, what header do we need for this? Requests. Not list pull requests. We want get a pull request. Is this what I need? Unprocessable entity. Unprocessable entity. Oh, this is a completely different thing. I didn't even implement the code that I was trying to call. What do you mean, unprocessable entity? I guess we'll put a breakpoint there and see what's up. Yeah, this call doesn't exist at all, so that's going to crash immediately. But let's figure out why this is broken. Okay, so close. Hey, what's up, Druigen? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You're doing well. Reopen. E dot. Oh, I need to put a pass statement. Damn it. Why are we in temp file del? What? Why? What is going on there? I actually want to do raise here. That'll give me a statement for the debugger to land on. Now I gotta close and reopen again. This is just gonna look like a fucking Christmas tree for a while here. Close. Reopen. e.fp.read. There's at least one permission resource that is not supported. Okay. Just continue then. Create an access token. Permissions. GitHub app permissions. I forgot an S. I forgot an S. It is pull requests read, of course. Duh, why would it be anything else? So we'll do close and reopen again. Close and reopen. Perfect. We need to implement this API. Web GitHub API. Must be repo stir pull int. Headers. Headers? No, access token. Let's catch up on chat. Hey, what's up, Creole Soup? Welcome back. Good to see you. Steve Benito says, I almost said Sarcastic Dante. Just like, starts with an S, it must be Sarcastic Dante. Says, thanks man, been busy lately. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I'm doing well. Mr. Gang says, all this code makes my head hurt. Yo, usually we don't write code on this stream. Usually we talk about writing code and then don't actually do it. So this is a treat today. We're actually getting some code. Muscle Clutch says, did you know 2 weeks ago a new record was set for a lightning mega flash? It was 440 miles long. Holy shit. I did not know that. Also, that is extremely long. Summerstuff says PR doesn't need a header if I recall correctly. Yeah, I was just screwing up the permissions request. Mr. King says, is it complicated as it looks or not? It's mostly a lot of like funneling data around to another place. It's actually not that complicated, but... Hey, what's up, Spectral Spark? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Summerstuff says, it's not complicated, it just becomes complex as you start adding in more API interaction. Indeed. Summerstuff says, did you turn off permissions for pull requests? You actually can't turn off pull request permissions. I know why you're asking that, because you're like, oh, is someone gonna fuck with you? And yes, someone could be fucking with me right now. Please don't do it, chat. You won't be able to fuck with me because I have limited it to just my usernames. So if you're not Acetilly or Acetilly2, you're really just, you know, wasting. You're actually going to be able to trigger requests, but you're really just wasting time. But I did think about that, Summersoft. I'm ahead of the game here for once. Curly Soup says, I'm doing alright, just got home for the day. Nice. Sarcastic Dante healthily converted to 708 kilometers, that 440 miles amount. Snapshot says, long story short, got a VM working, but pip is not working and can't get Babby. Have you installed Python 3-pip? That would be my suggestion. Parsit says, chat, no! Yeah, have you guys started fucking with me? Have we triggered the fuckery? Yeah? No fuckery yet. Okay, we're good. Summerstuff says no, the installation auth and PR permissions, but I'll eventually stop typing in real time. Oh, yeah, no, I have those set up. I just did I had the wrong type, the wrong name. Erase says, guys, I have to get up early, so going to sleep. Have fun and good night. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Okay. But yeah, let's implement this API. Also, we need to change the call here. Which means we need to change the call here as well. This is not the right worker. I wanted the PR worker. Token. It's good because that would have been annoying. This is their own worker, right? Yeah. Cool. Summersoft says request and request has gotten me at least once with their API. Yeah. Snapshot, what command are you running? If it's Python 3 pip, you'll use pip 3 instead of pip. Okay, but we need repos, repo name, pulls, pull number. Turn rec api.github.com/repos/repo pull/pull headers equals at headers access token. I can make this one line shorter. I think that's all we need. Okay, let's try this again. So we will close. I almost clicked merge. Close. It sent one webhook, and then we'll reopen. Access token is not defined. Indeed. Probably because I spelled access token wrong, like a dummy. And we'll close and reopen again. Close. One webhook. Reopen. And queue takes 3 positional arguments, but 4 were given. One, 2. It's not wrong. Close. Reopen. Okay, cool. So our queue is at least working now. We just need to adjust this this here. Repo name PR token. And we need to reset the queue because that's how it works. Select star from queue items. I don't have it in the history. Update queue items set. What is the schema? I need to set 2 fields to null. Update queue items set visibility time n equals null and receipt handle equals null. So that should let me re-trigger the queue. And so we should have a response now. resp.json mergeable. True. Cool. This is wrong. This should be .json. So I can quit that. If resp mergeable equal is true, because it's gonna be true, false, none. I guess this can just do that. We have two options here. If resp mergeable is none, requeue. We can do fancy delay stuff with SQS, but because I don't want to eat up all of my API requests on this stupid poll loop. Monday Dusk says, I usually just install conda, and with a conda env I start a new machine and don't want to deal with Python fuckery. Yeah, I set up a virtual environment. I don't actually use pip or pip3 or any of those things from the system. It's a sledgehammer approach, but I mean, it's what I do. The Elm server says, done for today, woohoo, nice. Mr. King says, drinking game idea, whenever you fuck up the code or it shows any errors, take a shot, let me know if you survive. Aperture says VM. Oh, I mean virtual environment. So on my machine, I have ~opt VM, and this is a virtual environment that has some stuff installed to it. And these tools I symlink into ~bin. So you can see like opt VM bin talks. So if I don't actually have a global install of talks, and you know, if we cd2/ and ask, you know, which pip3, which virtual env. Well, this one resolves because I have a symlink to that, but like I don't have pip or pip3 installed anywhere. Or easy install. Yeah, I don't have easy install either. I cheat. And I try and avoid those because it's really easy to break your system in fun, strange ways. But if this mergeable is false, this is a failure mode. Abort. Else it's mergeable. Trigger the run job. Yeah, something like that. Monday's Dust says, I've gotten used to Python's install quirks. Now Ruby, on the other hand, I feel like Ruby's a little bit easier because you can just set gem home and kind of roll from there. Yeah. Out of water again. I'm gonna go fill up my water. I'll be right back. I will see you guys in a little bit. Hello, welcome back. Hey, what's up, Devistar Agosar and Death of a Judite? Sorry if I mispronounced either of those, but welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your day is going well. Steve Bandito with the bang water. Bundler, I hate you. Yeah, Bundler's kind of a mess. Mr. King says, I think it'd be funny if somebody could an AI or an assistant that's just sassy / sarcastic as fuck. Yeah. Wonder how hard it would be to do. I don't know. I don't know much about natural language stuff. The Endless River says, is that a new kitty in the background? Yes, this is Noodle. Noodle is a long boy. A very, very long boy. But yeah, Noodle's new. What was I doing? Oh. Queuing dot queue with delay. Pull for commit stop FIFO. No, we'll delay for a second or something, I guess. Yeah, so if we don't have a mergeable state, we will int queue. Oh, we can mark this as done in here. Queuing dot mark completed. Pull for commit dot FIFO and receipt. Yeah. I guess technically we would want to do this down here after everything is completed. And we'll implement this in queue. Hey, what's up, Dev Alias? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If it's not mergeable, then we have problem. Not yet mergeable. Print not mergeable. I guess, you know, to do set status. Print mergeable, and then we can enqueue the other queue. Queuing dot enqueue. This is the run queue, and we want what from that? We want the owner. And I think we can just pass along this data blob. Oh wait, what do we need to fill in? Because these data blobs are going to be different. Installation ID, so we're missing commit. We have owner. We are missing ref. We need ref and commit. So we need commit, which will be something, and ref, which will be something, and then data. Actually, we should probably put data first. I wonder if this fits on one line. It probably does not. Yeah, it's close. AI in the Watch Dogs game. Money Stuff says, watch the stream from yesterday. Which thing? My stream? I didn't stream yesterday. I uploaded the stream video for yesterday. Oh, Ubisoft's release video. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Mr. King says you should collab with Michael Reeves. It would be the video of the year. That dude is fucking wild. I don't know. I think it would be cool to like collaborate with people, but I feel like his style is a little bit too intense for the type of stuff that I make. Also, he spends all of his time in hardware, and I have like 1 or 2 hardware projects, but he is something else. But I've seen a few of his videos, so I know who you're talking about. You just want me to do that so that Pokemon's in one of the videos, right? Is that what you're trying to get at? Fixer Jake says, finally figured out the deploy thing. I said, screw it, so I'm deploying straight to my development VPS rather than Azure. Nice. Cybertech says, interesting that they put spacebar on both sides. Yeah, I guess it's for people that have different preferences. Because if you had one on one side and not on the other, then some people will just be like, well, can't use this keyboard. Rip me. Crackhead, said Sarcastic Dante. He's a hardcore memer, indeed. Wowza Clutch says, heading off for the day. Good night. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Mr. Green says, Michael Reeves is my religion. Steve1D just says, trying to ship Anthony and Pokey. I don't know what it is about you guys in chat, but you're always trying to get Pokemon in here. Or Pokemon, because that's how her name is actually pronounced, because it's Amon. But, a pun. But, I'm still gonna headcanon Pokemon. But, I'm okay being wrong. Should probably limit this so we don't eat all our quota. Basically, I should probably make a way such that this doesn't recurse forever, because right now it would just recurse forever. Which is not great. Okay, so we need to figure out how to get commit and ref out of this API response. Hey, what's up, Hikari Knight? Thank you for the raid with party of 5. Hello, raiders. How's it going? What were you working on today? Let me give you a shout out so that my viewers can check out your channel. Oh, Sarcastic Dante's already got me. That's what mods are for. Thank you, Sarcastic Dante. Ooh, I'm gonna break my chair here. But yeah, let me explain what I'm working on. So my name is Anthony. I work on a lot of open source Python software. The most popular thing, well, I guess the thing that I'm most proud of is this tool called pre-commit. It is a framework for managing linters and code formatters in a bunch of different programming languages, and it also knows stuff about Git hooks. And the basic idea behind pre-commit is you set up a small configuration which says like what repositories you want to use, what versions they run at, and the tools that it provides that you want to use. And it knows how to integrate with Git hooks and install all those tools at those particular versions and run them against your files. And the thing that we're working on today is I'm building a CI system based around this tool, creatively named pre-commit.ci. And we're working today on some of the webhooks and getting stuff actually up and running, which is it's going. I don't want to say it's going well because it's progressing, but it's kind of complicated. So, but that's what we're working on today. Group says sharing is caring. I don't think it works that way. Mr. Gang says, I mean, Michael Reeves kind of combines code and hardware. That's why I made a suggestion. You code, he codes. Yes, it's true. Ixot says, hello, Anthony. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Sarcastic Dante says, not asleep this time. I'm confused. I don't know what you're replying to. Curry Knight says, not working on anything today, but off stream I worked on teaching myself Go. I just need a break to game a bit. Nice. Welcome, Raiders. Juice with the bonk. Mr. King says, position to get Anthony an offline TV just so he can cancel out Michael's chaotic energy. Is offline TV, is that their like streaming house thing that they all live in? Oh, you're not asleep this time for the shout out. I got you, Sarcastic Dante. Sun says, is this Anthony Sopranos? My name is Anthony Satilli. I don't know who you're talking about, but this is me. If my GitHub profile will load. Is it loading? Oh, there we got it. We finally got it. This is me. I am the GitHub. GitHub is down, you broke it? Yeah. I mean, usually my profile crashes, so it wouldn't have surprised me if it did again. Is the music playing? Yeah, it's just very quiet. The Youngster River says, but will it work on GitLab? Eventually. My V1 is not going to support GitLab, but the V2 will have support for GitLab, and you know, presumably Bitbucket at some point. I just really don't want to deal with Bitbucket. Nobody wants to deal with Bitbucket. But you know, I'll fiddle with that when I get to it. Something keeps making a loud noise outside. You know, it's really hot in the rest of my house, so I wonder what the temperature is like outside. Because it's really nice in my room. There's no way it's just 70. My house is fucking boiling. Maybe my house just like heats really poorly for some reason. But it's nice in my room because I have an air conditioner. Sigh, Bitbucket, yeah. Victor Jake says, at work we use the entire Atlassian suite and I hate it. Oh no. Gary Knight says, only one program I use on Bitbucket and it's PyLauncher. Oh. I see. Xdot says, haven't you heard of the Sopranos TV series? Yes, I have, but I have also not seen any episodes, so I don't necessarily know things about that. But yeah. Okay, what was I doing? I was trying to look at this response so that I can fill out the rest of this Wiktionary here. I should just be able to run this again, right? Resp.keys. Merge commit SHA. This is what we want, right? Yeah. There's actually a bunch of other information we need to pull out of this, but I think I'll leave that for later, because we're just gonna do the check-based stuff. I don't want to like try and do too much shit at once, so I'm just gonna grab this. PR workers. The commit will be this here. I don't know that ref is actually used right now, but this would be what ref's heads. You can just look at the one for that pull request we were looking at earlier. It's gonna be a much shorter one. Nope, we don't need to actually look at that. Aha, it's conflicting. But I should be able to click source. Oh, it's so old that it. God damn it. Oh, and you can't reopen an old tab in a private window. Of course you can't. This one will be newer though. And source, no. Damn it. This is what I want to click on, but it moved! Oh, and this doesn't even show it. Shit. Shoot! PR, ref, GitHub. Mr. King says, I think you need to update your profile pic. Yeah, I do need to update my profile pic. Carrie says, anyways, good night, Anthony. Well, thanks for stopping by, and thank you again for the rate. I'll see you around in the future. Mechthees says, no VS Code. If you want to check out my reasoning, I have this command here in a video, but I'm using my own text editor there called Babby. Any resource for learning Go, and Steve and Sarcastic Dante links the Rust tutorial. That's good. I like that. Parsa says you can in Firefox. Yeah, this is Chrome, unfortunately. Steve Benito says wanted to get into Terraform, so I wanted to pick up some Go as well. Yeah, I do plan to use Terraform to manage my cloud resources at some point for this project, but I think I'm gonna just do it manually through the console for now. And yeah. Mr. King says, can't wait to get those 100,000 points. You'll stream 24 hours. I am chaotic like that. Yeah, Sarcastic Dante actually already reached that, so I will be doing a 24-hour stream, tentatively planned for August 1st. Tentatively planned, but yeah, we'll see. Sarcastic Dante says, took me a fucking year, by the way. Yeah. How long has channel points been around? Twitch launches channel points. Trench introduces upcoming channel points feature August 17 to 20. Yeah, almost exactly a year. Oh shit. Rename yourself to Sadistic Dante. Oh, that's good. Juice says 8-1 is no good for me. My other boyfriend is doing a 24-hour stream at that time. Yikes. Well, guys, I guess we're done streaming. No. GG me, I guess. If I redeem it, he'll have to stream for 48 hours. Just gotta grind those points. Masochistic Dante.
Sharing is caring.
What? Jeez, why are you mad at me for this? This is chat's doing. I didn't do this. Please no. Summer Stuff says bang ex-girlfriend. What is this thing actually? Refs pulse thing merge. I think it's just ref/pull. Ref/pull/ PR? Yeah. I think that's what we want. I think that is what we want, and hopefully my debugging session has taken long enough that we can just rerun this. The queue should have expired at that point. Sarcastic juice, yeah. Hungry Hoppo says, first you send me to horny jail, and now you steal my line. Mr. King says, man, I gotta be honest, this is the most fun I had on stream for a while now. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm hoping this works. If it works, actually we'll run it over here. If it works, it should trigger this job here. Fucking sick. Okay, so let's put it all together now. We run the web app. We've got the PR worker going. And if I push to this pull request, hey, what's up, Bobby LaBeef? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Utility patch 1. This is gonna crash. I already know it's gonna crash, and it's fine. This means we just have to write some more code. That's fine. But if we get push origin head -f, this should trigger this webhook and then this worker. There's the webhook. Not implemented error. Not implemented error. Pull request synchronize. I don't know what that event is. Damn it! This'll work, right? Fuck. Stop pull. No. Everything will work. Surely nothing wrong. Payload, PR, synchronize.json. I assume this is the same API. Yeah, it looks like the same mergeable thing. So I think we can just set up this same API endpoint for this as well. Just have them all fucking go to this thing. Oh, let me fix this. Okay, so let's force push again. So that should trigger a webhook. And then mergeable. Okay, and queue with delay is not implemented. Perfect. That's what we wanted to do. G-Sucks Hero says, but Horny Jail's where the party's at. Ayy. It's basically where Michaela lives, so it does sound sexy, yeah. Hey, what's up, Maximilian Hots? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. The other server says, I wish my day would be like this terminal output. Nothing to do, nothing to do. Yeah. You need to get to 100k, buddy. 100k is a long, long way away. Hungry Hippo says, how do I donate my points? I don't have community points enabled. There's a thing, though, for that. I think Twitch also limits it so you can only donate 2,000 points or something like that. Yeah, no, 10k would be super cheap if you could get there. You could almost get there in like 2 or 3 streams. Okay, so let's implement this in queue with delay. Queuing. enqueue with delay. You name stir group key stir. Data any. Delay int. I really need to make a macro that does what I just did. I haven't done it yet. With db as db, db.execute. Insert into queue items values. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the fourth value? Visibility time end. Perfect. That's what we want. That is precisely what we want. And time n equals time dot time plus delay. So that'll enqueue it later. With it'll pretend like it's checked out for some amount of time. Actually, does that work? Queue items where queue name equals this. Time end is not none. Yeah. Yeah, that should work. That should work. Okay, so now if we run the PR worker, I think that worked. I think is that our first end-to-end run? Maybe? Let me amend again and make sure that this works again. So amend, we should get a webhook. We got a webhook. It re-queued it. And then it was mergeable. Nice! This fucking works. This is so cool. Oh, that's hype. That's fucking hype. Mr. King says, I should get my credit card soon. I hope subbing will give me points. Yeah, subbing increases your multiplier for points. Also, I think you get a lump sum, maybe? Summersoft says, if only black allowed single quotes. Yeah, so there is a setting for black. I actually go over this in a YouTube video. Not that one. Quotes. I actually talk about that in this video. Basically what you can do is you can tell black to stop normalizing quotes, and then you can use a different tool to normalize to single quotes. And I happen to have written a tool many years before black existed called double quote string fixer, which fixes double quotes by converting them to single quotes. So you can do that. Shazrobot says, "Oh man, I'm off work. Feels great. Welcome back, Shazrobot. How's work today?" Juice says bye. Why'd you say bye, Juice? He's done with work. Have I forsaken thee? Oh, she misread. Okay. Hey, what's up, Konik? Hello. Welcome back. Summerstaff says, I thought they didn't allow it. I remember the fight thread. There's a skip string normalization. Skip string normalization. I don't use black for other reasons, but this option, don't normalize string quotes or prefixes. Yeah, so you can use this option and it will leave them alone, which is pretty awesome. Steven Dita says, I read the same thing as Juice. Oh, I see. The answer says it runs. Hype. Yeah. you know it's good when you use Juice's hype emotes in my channel. I don't have a hype emote though, so it's fair. Cheseret says, work was a rough run? We were short 2 people right now for various reasons, and I'm exhausted. That's a bummer. Steven D just says, fight threads on GitHub are pretty funny to read. Yeah. Have a virtual hug. Yeah, have a virtual hug from all of us, ShazRobot. Okay, let's commit this. And I think that's actually a good stopping point, given it's 4.5 hours of stream today. Holy shit. Git add PR worker, git add pre-commit.ci, git commit-m end-to-end working with pull requests. And something is going to be mad, surely. Only one anger? What is the breakpoint here? Oh yeah, my debugging breakpoint. That's, I'm actually kind of surprised that MyPie was happy on the first commit. Shazarot says, now I have to code, I think. Nice. But look at this, guys. I wrote 120 lines of code today. Actually, git diff, we did 2 commits today. At 133 lines of code today. Juice says, I'm hoping to get more juice emotes in your chat than anything emotes, with the exception of hello hello. I mean, that one's almost a juice emote because you wrote it. The other server says, ooh, the Stefan BPO was resolved. I mean, the dude resolved it like 4 fucking times and it kept getting reopened. Eventually people were just like, I'm tired of your shit, so fuck this, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. But yeah, I just reverted his patch in my fork of Python, so such is life, I guess. Hey, what's up, Vishwa? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Steve Bandito says, what are you gonna do when there's a 24-hour stream and 4.5 is a lot? Going to need to work up to it. So I think with the 24-hour stream, it's not gonna be like me being mentally in the zone about programming the whole time, so I think it'll be a little bit less mentally exhausting. And, you know, I'll, eat some food. I won't get hungry like I am right now. We'll be playing some, games and stuff, so we'll have some other, variety of content. But I think it'll be fine. I'll have to drink lots of Monster. Monster's fucking disgusting. Oh. I think, actually, I can count the number of times I've gotten sick while drinking alcohol, and 3 of them were related to drinking Monster while drinking alcohol. And, God, that stuff is disgusting. Juice says, let's do a scary movie watch party for your 24-hour stream. Scary movies. Oh. Ooh. I don't know how I do for scary movies. Juice Zero says, mukbang. Yes, when I eat the foods, yes. Andy's gonna play the violin. I could play some violin on stream. We could do that. I don't know how my microphone picks up the violin though, so I'll have to do some sound testing with that. See how that goes. Don't mix them. I guess that's fair, but I think I puked not because of the alcohol, but because the Monster tasted so bad. Jello fight, says Sarcastic Dante. I don't think that's gonna happen. YFake says you could do ASMR with the broken keyboard. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about this. I think next stream I'll try and work on, well, or maybe offline, depending on when I get to it or how motivated I feel. I think next stream we'll probably work on getting the PR status stuff working. And then, I can probably deploy it to AWS and start trying it out in my projects. I still need to do a little bit more stuff with, the security management stuff, but this is, I'm, kind of a little bit proud / impressed about, what I got done today. But anyway, I think we're going to wrap up the stream for here today, so let me do my little spiel, and then we'll send you guys off to another channel. The owner server says, who cares about security? I mean, I do a little bit, because I don't want to spend a fuck ton of money on malicious content or like malicious requests or whatever. But anyway, so my name is Anthony, and I upload all of my previous content to youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I also upload additional educational videos, which are these purple ones, or stuff about my stream, which are not differentiated from my stream thumbnails, but anyway. So you can check out that content there and subscribe there as well. And I usually stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday at noon on weekdays and 11 a.m. on Saturday in Pacific time. I announce my streams in 2 places. One of them is on Twitch, yeah, of course. Twitter. And that's different from my Twitch handle. It's twitter.com/codewithanthony. And I usually post something like, I'll be streaming and blah, blah, blah. And what I'm going to work on, and, you know, that gives you kind of like a 60-minute or 50-minute heads up. And I also announce my streams on Discord, which Sarcastic Dante has helpfully linked in the chat. You guys are all free to join. It is a small programming Discord. We talk about, you know, code and stuff and memes, and it's a good place. But thank you all for watching, and I'll find someone to raid.